in now.
To become World 8-Ball Champion.
Brilliant performance. Shane Van Boning, World 8-Ball Champion. Joshua Filler, new World 8-Ball Champion.
Albin Ocean, the 2025 World 8-Ball Champion.
Welcome to the pool center, the center of the universe in pool this week. Yeah, here on the banks of the mighty Mississippi. We're in St. Louis, and we have a jam-packed week of pool, and it is already kicked off starting at 4:30 later on today. It is going to be the Bank Pool Masters Showdown. We have our semifinal already set with Roberto Gomez and Jason Shaw. Then we'll have Fedor Gorst and Justin Bergman to find out who's going to be making it into the championship, and we'll crown that champion later on today. But right now, it is time to kick off one of the biggest events in pool. It is the WPA 8-Ball World Championship, all presented by Yalin and Poison. And ladies and gentlemen, we have the very best players on the entire planet. A full field, all battling out for the $300,000 prize and a chance at the title. We're in round one, and let's introduce you to the players in both TV arenas. First up, he is from St. Augustine, Germany. Make some noise for Hollywood, Moritz Neuhausen. And his opponent is from Davao City, Philippines, the Slayer, Levan Corteza. back here in Arena 1. Ladies and gentlemen, from Helmus in Philippines, let's hear it for Malayan Sean Mark. And his opponent from Paducah, Kentucky, the bluegrass badass, Skylar Woodward. Sending it to the Predator press box. Take it away, guys.
Encounter. The volcano Iwan Corteza is taking on a very much informed Moritz Neuhausen. This is 8-ball. Our referee for this match from Amarillo, Texas, Dave Pearson. My name is Gethin Davis, and joining me in the box to bring you the live action, my good friend and colleague, Ben Francis. Welcome, Ben.
Good morning, everyone, and good morning, Gethin. What a opening match we have for us here. The young Moritz looking very focused, and he's going to take on the Slayer, Iwan. As soon as I saw the draw, I was pretty excited for this one, Gethin.
Yeah, I was really glad it came up on table 2. We do have 4 tables streaming to you through Pro Billiard TV. I think we've got the cream of the crop on this one, Ben. I remember Moritz only last month on an amazing comeback against Mario Hay, winning 11 on the row in the 9-ball rotation European Open. So he's very much in form. And, well, Corteza got a bit of a taste of the tables yesterday in our Banks event. So he'll already be used to playing on these TV tables. And he opens us up with the break.
Very much dependent on whether we see a ball go in on these breaks or not. I think 8-ball on a bigger table, pretty open game, and I think we're going to see a lot of runouts today.
Yeah, I think you've nailed it, Ben. However, on this occasion, there's just a couple of, well, one cluster that you can just see Moritz just making a beeline for, wondering what he's going to do with. There's the 10, the 11, and I think that's the 14 and 1 around it. But aside from that,
I think he could take a chance right now using the 5 to move the 1 while still being on the 2 or the 7.
Yeah, I think he would much prefer to go solids indeed.
Often you want to solve that problem on the first shot if you can, while you still have plenty of other options. Which he's done, and he's stayed on the other difficult ball, which might have been the 2.
Yeah, that was a good call. Neuhausen straight away on the offense. And if he takes this 2, this rack really does open up for him.
Yeah, and he really solved 2 problems in one with that shot. Getting the 1 ball out and staying on the 2 ball. If he can get this 2 ball down, the rest of the rack looks pretty nice. Has to be careful with the cueing a little bit. Cueing between the 2 stripes there is all ball fouls, so he can't touch any one of those other balls. And we'll watch Moritz. He's going to let that clock run down pretty much all the time. He tends to like to wait for a beep or 2.
Yeah, it's interesting how certain players have got used to the shot clock. For me, it can still be quite a surprise when it starts beeping, and I can't help but imagine it would put off the best of us. But well pointed out, he does like to run the clock down and use all of his time. And this didn't necessarily work out exactly as he'd hoped. The 4 is on for the side pocket.
These side pockets are triple tough. He's got it. Really good cueing off the rail like that.
Yeah, and leaving the 1 ball till last. I'd give him a very good key ball for the 8. And if these are how Corteza's dry breaks are going to be punished, this will really send a message out across the bow, and well, he'll need to tighten up his brakes a little bit. And as you mentioned, we could be witnessing quite a few break and runs, and it may just come down to who gets the better of the breaks. Dave Pearson looking on.
Oh, and Dave does a fantastic job racking the balls, so I think they're both going to get equal opportunity. But we'll see what Moritz break is going to look like in this next rack, because he's going to win this first game. It is a race to 8, and it's alternate breaks here. So they'll both get plenty of chances out there.
Yeah, I've been enjoying the alternate break, Ben. It's been keeping matches a little bit closer and just preventing players from building momentum when they've got the break working. It's an interesting one. I'm not too sure. I've not had much opportunity to talk to the players. I'm sure they would prefer winner breaks if it's going their way.
Yeah, as a player, I think we definitely prefer winner breaks often. But as a spectator, I really like alternate breaks, and I think you nailed it. We're going to get lots of really close matches, lots of drama. That's what we came for.
We have our first fan in the background there in the red top sitting down. It's early in the morning in St. Louis. But important to note, if you are in the area and watching from home, it's free to come down and spectate and meet the players and get really close to the action. So let's see how Moritz gets on with his first break of this match.
Second ball, he hit the second ball. Came up dry as well. And I think this is almost by design. They don't want to break from the middle and have it come wide open and come up dry. So they're willing to not make a ball, but leave it clustered up a little, as you can see there by the rack spot. There's 4 balls in a cluster. Will have to be dealt with.
Well, that's a potential upset for us, because that will reduce the number of break and runs, but I completely understand, and great explanation as to why.
Yeah, I think we'll see more dry break-in runs than break-in runs, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
And someone like Levan, he knows how to pick these balls apart even when they're tied up a little bit. So I think he'll probably try to deal with this cluster right now, shooting the 13 and maybe bumping into something.
How was the bump?
That's one problem solved.
Indeed.
Still one to
And
go.
I have to say, this is what I love about 8-ball, Ben. You inevitably find when there's a couple of clusters, the players have to start maneuvering balls and watching how they think 1-2 shots in advance to be able to get that position. It really does give you a good insight into their brain.
No, he cut that ball a little thick, and that's why the cue ball missed kissing the 1 as intended. If he caught that ball a little thinner, the cue ball was coming a little straighter across, was going to get the breakout he needed.
He probably wants this 9 to be able to come into that cluster as well. So that may be his best ball to get on, but he's running out of options.
He took the words right out of my mouth, Gethin. Running out of options, and you don't want to be playing that breakout on the last shot, praying you land on it.
Yeah, and it's sadly not dressed up for a combination, but it will be heading in the direction of the bottom left pocket if he were to make contact with the 1 ball. He's taken the 9 and looked to go in here.
How did he find that gap? between the 7-2, 4 right into the corner.
But going back to what you said after after Neuhausen's break, this is exactly what Moritz wanted. He's left a difficult table. Corteza's, you know, gone for it maybe when the percentages aren't really there. And these are the sort of situations he'd want to be left with, where a lot of the opponent's traffic is already off the table.
Absolutely, that's very well said. Definitely hoping for some of these easy backdoor outs, you know, with all the balls out of the way. And this is handy to have ball in hand on the first shot. Deal with the problem right away, but certainly some strategy going on with that softer second ball break.
Well, I'd even go as far as to say, Ben, I don't think I've seen a second ball break in an 8-ball tournament for a considerable amount of time. It was quite a shocker when you called it out. I hadn't actually picked up on it.
Well, and I think we see it lots on the small table playing 8-ball. You see that second ball break's pretty effective on the smaller table, but I don't think it's that effective on the big table. And I would go as far as to say I don't think the winner of this tournament will be hitting second ball the whole time.
Oh, you heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. I actually agree with you, but if this strategy pays dividends, who knows?
Yeah, he
We
might
could see
stick with
a new
it the whole
fashion.
tournament. Yeah.
Yeah,
And somebody else might pick up on it too, so might become the
exactly.
common popular thing to do. But usually we see, for example, Albin winning last year, and his break was so good. For those that remember him winning the World 8-ball last year, he broke so good.
Yeah. For me, the one thing that stood out with me was his control of the cue ball and leaving it center table.
Yeah, not only did he get good power behind the break and he was making balls, but he was stopping that cue ball dead in the middle over and over again and just getting super easy layouts.
Well, this wasn't the easiest of layouts for Moritz here, but after his opponent had put a few of his balls away, it certainly makes it easier.
Yeah, he'll be taking a 2-0 lead, and we'll see if Levan can figure out the break, which I think he needs to right away, or this young man will run away with this match.
Yeah, his next break could be crucial for him to get it working. I wonder if he'll start second ball breaking, Ben.
I'm curious to see what's going to happen here. Absolutely. What is going to be the strategy from Levan? Does he absolutely go for it? Or is he going to lay up a little bit and maybe force Moritz to run a tough rack?
Well, 8-ball does bring some interesting situations and styles of play. It will be... I'm thinking if Moritz gets rewards from his second ball break, there may be a temptation there, but I think he'll persist initially with coming right down the channel. Also, just to note for our viewers that we have a full day of action for you. We have the opening rounds of this 8-ball World Championships, but following that, at 4:30 local time, we'll be kicking off the semi-finals and finals of the Bankpool Master Showdown. And Ben, I had a great time commentating on their matches yesterday. There was some fantastic efforts.
Bankpool, such an exciting game. Okay, so it's winner breaks out there. Moritz broke that game. I was misinformed.
Ooh, I didn't pick up on that either. I actually thought it was alternate. Winner breaks makes a difference.
A huge difference, especially if somebody figures out the break, which it looks like Moritz found something there. He switched sides and broke second ball from the other side of the table and got a really great spread. Balls all over the place. And
well, I'm a fan of the second ball break on the smaller tables, as you alluded to, and that wing ball tends to start working and making its way to that bottom, or to the bottom corner. It can become effective, but you do get situations like this where balls tend to push over towards one side, it really will separate the good technical players from those that necessarily aren't used to really being in these situations and just running balls.
And I think often the opening shot, like we're seeing here, is tougher because the cue ball tends to be in traffic more often and not in the middle of the table, as opposed to when you're breaking head ball, the cue ball stays near the middle. Usually the opening shot's a little easier. Morit's going to have to take on a long one here.
Oh. He's made it, and I think he's been able to hold for the 4. Looked like he could have been putting himself in trouble.
And another really tough shot here. Bit of a tester in the opening round. You know, he's got to be feeling pretty good over the ball lately. As you mentioned at the top of the match, he had a super last tournament, winning all those games in a row. And I never really saw Mario do anything wrong to lose that match from 7-2 ahead.
Yeah, that was the thing. You know, Mario really couldn't tip his head. He'd done everything he could have done. Moritz just turned it on, and yeah, 11 racks in a row. He was 7-2 down and won 11 to come back to win. It was very impressive, and he had a hell of a smile on his face. He looks a little bit more serious for this one, but he's clearly in form.
Yeah, he looks very focused out there, and a break and run here will put a lot of pressure on Lee Van. Match is slipping away already. It's only raced to 8.
Yeah, no. Winner breaks format. We might see Neuhausen not giving him really any opportunity to start chipping back away at that. This is looking very much like his 3rd point on the board.
I would be curious to see what the biggest package this week will be with this winner breaks. Will somebody run 5 or 6? Could somebody run the whole set? We've seen it done before.
You know, there'll be conversations going around the room as we speak. I'm sure there will be a few little side bets on that.
I think we saw Catchy run a set of 10 ball against Pagulayan a number of years ago. I think he ran 8, or was it 9? From the leg.
Too sure.
And I remember Alex having the biggest smile on his face while he shook his hand.
Yeah, full appreciation. I love it. The respect that goes on between these players. We saw it yesterday in the banks as well. And that reminds me of the year before when Billy won it and made 11 banks in a row. And the 11th was because his opponent, Skylar, was sat in his chair and he says, you've won, but carry on. Let's see how many you can make. And that's just the camaraderie between the guys. It's fantastic. I really do like it.
Yeah, I loved that too. That was fun for the crowd. Okay, Moritz with this second ball break again. He's hitting it with some good power. He's not going to get one down this time. Not that I saw.
No, he got a little bit more hook on the cue ball, so when the cue ball came back off the long rail, it avoided the cluster and developing them further.
Yeah, kind of came across the top of the cluster rather than through the middle of it, which is what he's looking for. But similar to his opening break, the balls tend to tie up. When you don't hit that second ball break good, they tend to look like this.
And with the score 3-0, Corteza's probably standing there thinking, I've got to get a point on the board here, and may just start, well, as he stretches, might just start reaching a little bit for shots that maybe aren't there or aren't the percentage shots.
Yeah, he almost has to start making it happen, right? You can't just wait for Moritz to give you an easy one. I think you got to make it happen yourself here, and He's got a half decent look. Balls are a little tricky, but he certainly worked them out.
He just had a little grimace. I think he was hoping to pick up that blue 2 next so he could go into the 1 and 6.
Yeah, I think it just trickled a little far, so he's going to have to shoot the 3 and then the 6 ball next. But that can lead him into those tough balls after that. I like what he's done there to stay closer to the 6. He could have trickled that 3 in and been on the other side of the side pocket, but played the little soft draw to stay close to the 6. Going to make controlling this shot a little easier.
Now, can he see the 4? I think he can. If the 12 ball isn't hampering it.
And I think he shoots the 4 and the 12 gets out of the way of the 2, and the cue ball is going to stay near the 12 so he can shoot the 1 next.
Yeah.
He found a good one there. After the 3 ball, I think he knew it was shoot the 3, trickle the 6 in, and then he was always going to have that angle to develop the 2. Found a good one.
He's a little straight on the 1. Is he going to have to take the 7 after the 1 to be able to get shape on the 2, or with a small stop shot here and a thin cut? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he's done. And the shot clock running down, you could see that was a bit of a factor. But he looks okay here. One good shot.
Yeah, the way he played that 3 ball to hold position really did change, or rather kept a tighter control on the pattern for him there. If he was running the cue ball up and down, things can start to go wrong. And he's navigated these very nicely, Ben.
Well, and we'll see what he does with the break. As we were alluding to before, his first one didn't work at all. But if he wants to win this match, he will need to figure out that break.
Well, that puts his first point on the board. And very timely, you have to say. Dry break from Moritz. Needed punishing. It didn't look like the easiest of opportunities for him. But Corteza brings the scoreline back to 3-1. We'll get the break next. And Ben, we've got quite a few big matches going on already in this opening round of matches. I'll just throw out a couple of highlights. There's an all-German affair over on table 4 between Marco Spitsky and Felix Vogel. Felix is 1-0 up there. That will be a good one to watch. We've got Jason Shaw against the home hopeful Pay McBride. That's at 1-1. And at the bottom of the table order, Tyler Steyer, he's 2-0 up against Daniel Camille. If you want to keep updated with all the scores, please do visit ProBilliardSeries.com. You'll get links to this Yalin Men's 8-Ball World Championship and also our mixed doubles, Banks and Women's Open. Wow. What's your verdict, Ben?
I don't know what happened there. Did he get somewhat of a bad rack? The balls didn't move a lot. Definitely never easy to rack the balls on these slippery tables. Easy to just get a small gap here and there, and I know the referees are doing the best job they can, but it can be a little tough out there.
Well, as you said, they didn't spread too much. Only 2 balls crossing the halfway point of the table, and this actually looks like a bit of a situation after, well, in a straight pool match, and I know in the German league, straight is on the agenda, and they learn it from a young age. They're very used to picking balls apart that are in these tight clusters.
Wow, look at the shot he's played to open this. He's landed perfect on that. Maybe the only tough ball. He's straight in. And I thought he may contemplate going into those balls, but always better to try to just drop on them rather than move them.
He's just having a look at the 9. The 9 does go into the top left.
I think I like that, Gethin. I don't think he needs to play the thin cut now into the bottom right of our screen. I think you shoot the 10 and then you shoot the 9 to the other corner.
Yeah, I do think he was playing for the 9 there. The cue ball just came back a touch further than he'd hoped. It's made this cut a little bit more tricky.
Yeah, I agree. I think he was playing to the 9 here. But maybe to an area. Often can do that playing 8-ball, play to an area where you have multiple options. Just looking at the 15 and get through the gap there. Suppose the 9 will go in the right side pocket after the 11. Plenty of options. 8-ball's always game of preference.
He may even tickle the 9 on the way through. That may have helped him.
That was handy.
Yeah, that's opened it up to possibly both bottom pockets as we look at the table. There may be even a gap for the 9 between the 5 and 7. However, I'm sure he'll be wanting to navigate the 11 and 9 into the bottom left. But that 8 may be available to both pockets as well.
You can hear that shot clock running down. He had to shoot that one quick, but he's played it perfectly. Good stroke there, nice and smooth on the follow through.
Good look at the focus on Moritz's face for that shot. Didn't want to have to hit it too hard to pop the cue ball out. And as it's turned out, he's probably got a thinner cut on this 9 than he'd have hoped.
Yeah, he had to deal with a little rub on the 8, but it's worked out great. As for 4-1. Worrying times for Lee Van, not being able to figure out the break.
Yeah, I believe it's double elimination up to the last 32. I'll double check on that. That's what I remember
correct,
from yesterday.
That's correct,
So
Ethan.
it will be a bit of a longer route for whoever moves into the losers bracket, but all is not lost. However, 4-1 for Moritz. He will be feeling very comfortable sitting in his chair now, preparing for his next break. And we hear a few claps coming from the background as you look out across the the Hyatt Regency there. The tables are looking great. It's starting to build up. I've got a feeling it's going to be rather busy in and around the tables throughout today now.
The claps we heard there were from Arena Table 1, Skylar Woodward. Up 3-1 over Sean Mark Malayan. And thanks to Predator and all these great sponsors you see along the arena boards there for giving us these amazing events, but free to watch in person and free to watch at home, I think, is super important in growing the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, who's a bit of a pool junkie, I do like to go back and watch the matches that I've missed, and having them available on Pro Billiard TV is an absolute lifesaver for me.
I fully agree there, Gethin. I'm a big pool nerd myself, and I love being able to go back and watch them all. I don't miss a minute.
No, exactly.
Try break from Moritz, but look at this. It's really tough, this out.
Oh, and a tough cue ball as well.
Yeah, the opening shot is going to be a tester. He might not even be able to take something on here. Try to find a safety and put it on Moritz.
Where that
do you
two
want to do that? Trailing 4-1.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I guess it's just as difficult an out for Moritz as well. I'm wondering if he could maybe even look at the thin cut on the 4, if there's value in that. The cue ball looks like it may come down towards the 5 and the 6, but that's a big shot to take on.
I think he'd love to find a way to shoot stripes, but there's no opening shot. Maybe forced into the low ball, and that's a tough ask to run out here. What's he found? Yeah, he took a chance with the cut. Oh, he got it down. I thought it was going to hang up.
Pocket speed helped.
And I think he'd resigned to the fact that if that didn't go in, he was probably going to lose this match. But he's got it down, and he's alive here. If he could just work his way out of this and figure out a break that'll work, he's got a chance still.
Calling the combination.
And this will lead him to the 13 ball, which is near the 7 there. Can shoot it now, or he can shoot it next, but I think now is good.
Well, from the opening position, we found Corteza in. Ben, I did not see him even being this close to closing out the rack. This is fantastic stuff. He's not dropped his head at all, Ben.
Well, and we saw that opening shot wiggle in there a little bit, but it wasn't easy to get it even that close. He hit it really, really good from the cue ball, pinned on the rail and a mile away. Came with a good one there. The work's not done yet. Needs maybe just one more good positional shot to this last stripe.
Yeah, if the 2 wasn't there, that'd make this shot a little bit easier. Now he's going to have to move the cue ball a little bit more.
Yeah, he'll have to come across the shot line here. Speed needs to be good.
Looks good.
Slightly hampered over the 7, but I don't think it's going to stop him here.
Nice. Delicate shot.
He made that look way easier than it was. That little stun follow from there was not easy.
Ooh.
Well.
Ooh.
Well. What a let off after such a great out. Did all the
Ben.
hard work.
And after the way he played that previous shot so delicately, I thought he was going to do the same, but put a bit more venom on it. Now, this is not the easiest of outs for Moritz here, but he's back at the table, and that's all he could have been hoping, sat in his chair for the last few minutes.
I think Moritz will try to find a way to move the 5. Maybe use the 7 to move the 5. I'm not sure he plays for the combination, but it's definitely there. Well, it looks like he doesn't hate the combination because that's what he's landed on.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, Ben. I felt the same as you. If he ran into the 5, he was always going to be left with options on the 6 or the solid above the 3. So,
well, and even the 4 ball is good insurance over there too.
If he could play this and maybe bring the cue ball back across the table to not sell out on the 8, perhaps. But this is now quite a big shot if he's to take it on.
Yeah, and I think he needs to go all in to make it. Like you said, he could come across, but to even leave Lee Van a kick shot at that 8, he's going to make it a lot of times. He deals with the combo pretty easy.
Yeah.
Suppose it's no problem when you shoot as straight as this young man.
No, absolutely. I would have been having second, third, and fourth thoughts. He really did not hesitate. And as you said, fully committed.
Well, and I was with you. I would have been trying to find some kind of two-way shot because I'm not making that combo all the time. Try to find somewhere to run and hide.
This will be a bit of a cheeky rack for Moritz to take. Corteza had put in great effort and looked forever and a day that he was bringing the scoreline back to 4-2. Rattled the 8, and now 3 balls away from extending his lead to 5-1, and that, if not already, will start sounding the alarm bells.
Yeah, a bit of a steal, you could say here. Was supposed to be Lee Van's game. I love how he never looks worried, though.
No, he has a very good poker face, and you could look at a close-up of him and you would not be able to guess the scoreline at all. Normally he's winning.
Exactly, yeah, you would never know the score by the look on his face. Just another day at the office. But it is going to be 5-1. Moritz looking good in this opening round. As you mentioned,
they wait.
300,000 in the prize fund, 90,000 to the winner of the World 8 Ball this year.
That is a tidy sum of money, Ben, and it's brought all the best here to Missouri, St. Louis. A big shout out to our stat man, Michael Salmon. I wanted to let our viewers know that if you do want to have a look at the stats, you will just need to go to probilliardseries.com/live stats. And once the match has commenced on table 1 or table 2, you can do live shot-by-shot statistics. And here, look, Moritz Neuhausen, player overall performance, 930, Ben. That's dominating.
And probably what I would expect to see from a lot of these players playing 8-ball on the 9-foot. I would expect to see a lot of them around the 900 mark. He's back to the other side. Surprising, because he did have some success from the right side of our screen, but that one worked out real good. He got the cue ball right back through the middle of the pack.
Yeah, and that's left a much more even spread out on the table. And you were mentioning about Moritz and the Europeans on the larger table for the 8-ball. I see there's 5 Germans in the field for this event, 96 players, and I notice already at the table we also have Ralf the Kaiser Suke, and I was with him just last week down in Ostende, Belgium at the Belgium Open. He's certainly keeping the air miles ticking over nicely.
Still playing so good.
Yeah, in fact, I would dare to say, of late, in the past 2 occasions I've got to see him play, he's up there with his former self. And his attitude around the game and his willingness to communicate with the younger players, and it's been, yeah, he's a real credit to the sport. As we look at some of the younger fans and possibly players coming through the ranks.
So I think for Moritz here, he would have preferred the low ball, the solids, but I don't think the 6-ball goes into that top right, so he had to shoot stripes. And really only one semi-tough ball is the 12, I believe, by the rack spot. Which he's gonna get on right here.
Yeah, looks like it passes the 10. Oh. Or is he taking the 10 on now?
Yeah, maybe even if it does pass the 10, he just doesn't like where the cue ball's going, kind of between the 3-5. So he'll try to find a better angle on it later. Yeah, he didn't get where he needed to be this time. Now he needs to dodge some traffic between the 3-5 after he shoots this 15. Yeah, reaching out over the side. This is tough. Oh, he's dealt
Nice
with it
touch.
well. Yeah, I thought he caught it a little bit thick and the cue ball was slowing down, but he's pretty good on this 13 in the side pocket.
He's already eyeing up shape for the 14 into this bottom left pocket.
Yeah, these players always trying to think at least 3 balls ahead. But when playing 8-ball on the 9-foot, there's a lot more room out there to work, so you don't really have to panic about the pattern too much. And as we can see here, he didn't need a ball close to the 8 to get to the 8. He's got so much open table to work with.
Yeah, looking good. And after just stealing that rack away from Corteza's missed 8-ball, this break and run will really mount the pressure.
Well,
Ooh.
I think that was a byproduct of the shot before. He caught a little thick and the cue ball stayed a little closer to the rail than I think he needed it. I think he could have cheated the pocket a little more on the previous shot and got his cue ball off the rail. So when he tried to play that with a trace of left spin, it deflected to the right and he caught the ball thick.
Now a great opportunity for Corteza to return the favor and perhaps steal this one from underneath Moritz's nose.
I think he needed this one. I think 6-1 down, he's a huge underdog, but from 5-2, and he's going to be breaking. If he can figure out the break, he's still very much in this match. Scott Moritz talking to himself, so that's one win. loves leaving this 6 ball until last, right near the 8.
Yeah, 5-2. If he takes this 6 and 8, and we'll get the break back, good things could start happening for him here.
Oh, he's 0 for 3 on the break, so needs something to happen. 0 for 2, rather.
Well, over on our other tables, it looks like Skylar Woodward is taking a 5-1 lead over Sean Mark Malayan. He seems to be flying. And Jason Shaw, 4-2 up over Payne McBride. And as I alluded to, Ralph the Kaiser Suke from Germany is taking on the Polish player Dominik Jastrzab. And that's locked at 3 apiece. And the match between Tyler Steyer and Daniel Camille. Well, Tyler's 4-0 up in that, so some good hope for the American players out there. They seem to have come here to St. Louis, bringing some great form with them.
Yeah, plenty of top American players in the field.
Where do you think 8-ball ranks alongside 9-ball for them? Would you say for the American players 9-ball is probably more a staple of their diet, or?
I think a lot of them grow up playing 8-ball, and I think it's probably a very underrated game for them. I think a lot of them are really good at 8-ball.
Oh, great.
Everyone would know SVB as a 5-time U.S. Open 9-ball champion, but he might be one of the best 8-ball players in the world.
Yeah, and I guess that's what the undertone of my question was. You know, when I was growing up, the big tournaments were usually 9 rotational games, and the Americans were, well, still are very dominant in the rotation game. And for myself and for many in Europe, we grow up with a form of 8-ball on the smaller table, but with yellows and reds and a black. And that's normally the main staple of European diets. But over the past 15, 20 years, US and the 9-ball, 9-foot tables have really come into their own and become very popular, as you can tell, with the young European talent coming through.
Well, again, we see from Levan cannot figure out that break shot. And these balls opened up pretty good for Moritz. Well, looks like he's going to cut the 7 and go into the 12, try to develop the 6, but I'm not sure I'm in love with that. There's a lot of moving parts here.
Well, he has left the 5 and the 1 for backup. Did get a ball away from the 6-ball. May have locked up the 3 in the process for the top left pocket.
Yeah, kind of solved one problem, created another.
Oh. That resolved
Good
that
shot.
one.
Yeah, good shot there. Still needs to make a good pot here and move the cue ball lots. Pretty thin on the 3. Does he contemplate the 2 ball first? I don't think so. The 14's in the way a little bit there. Well, I think he was trying to stay on the 1 ball and he's lost the cue ball a little bit there. Maybe just overcut the 3 a little bit.
Yeah, it was a thin cut. And, well, he's not really left himself with anything decent.
He's only
gonna
got
be
the 2
forced.
from a mile away, yeah.
Yeah. Well, makes it a big bump on that 15 will be very helpful.
Yeah, he
Sorry, 11.
made a clean stroke there, and I think he deserved something good to happen. But still not totally in line. May have to drag this one in with a slow spin.
That's not too bad. He can follow through off the short rail from the 1 and come up behind the 6. That's what he was looking at. Good line. Arguably a little bit short.
Yeah, pretty good though. You can see he's very particular about where that chalk ends up. It's got to be on one of those diamonds. It's part of his routine. I think a lot of players are superstitious in many different ways and very particular about things. And I think a lot of us just hide it better than Moritz doesn't hide it.
He puts it out there for the world to see. And that 8 ball takes him to 6-2. And that is a formidable lead over Corteza. And you have to say, a bit of a steal for Moritz there. And not a good result for Corteza. He's been in 2 matches now, putting in great effort.
And break success is everything here. I think we're going to see this lots with the stats, and it'll be the first thing I always look at. 40%.
Yeah, they do paint a very good picture. Sometimes doesn't truly reflect the scoreline, but really gives you a good indication on how both players are getting into the rack, or rather match. He's still going to persist with this second ball break. This might be a pattern we'll see for him throughout this World Championship.
His previous break from here, he's hit absolutely perfect. Cue ball right back through the middle of the pack on the 8 ball line. That's what he's looking for. And when you see it come high like that, everything is going to go to one side. Like so.
Yeah. And again, Corteza to the table with not really too much to look at. The 9 is quite friendly, and the blue 2. But that cluster down there near the original rack is, well, maybe navigable.
Yeah, I wonder if he can shoot the 9 and get something moving with that cluster. Okay, looks like maybe he can just pick off the 11 and then possibly the 10 will pass the 5. Come over and take a look.
Yeah, that would be a great spot, Ben.
I don't know, it does. I think maybe he needs to shoot the 11 and develop the 10. The problem is, I think he needs to land on the 10 when he does that. Is he going to be on another ball?
I don't think he was going to be. That's why he put a bit of effect on that cue ball and got it running out. He's not completely happy with the result, but like you said, Ben, that's turned out not too bad. He's got a shot on.
Yeah, he's okay. He wasn't happy with the 6, kind of got in the game near the 14, but it's still available, and he can still move it if he needs to, which he might be doing here. He might be shooting the 15 and softly going into the 14 with the cue ball.
And that's worked out very nicely. Very nice indeed.
Well controlled to keep a little angle here on the 14. Would have been easy to land straight in on this ball, but he has just a little angle going towards the 12.
Little behind the back action.
Might look like a flashy shot, but it's quite comfortable, especially for these Filipino players. They're very much used to the behind the back stroke, backhand stroke. I think more and more players in the modern era are learning to switch hands. Anything to avoid using the bridge.
Well, you mentioned at the earlier on in this match, Ben, that we were going to see some break and runs and maybe some dry break and runs. This will be one to notch up on the dry break and run board.
I think only 2 racks have not been runouts. I think 1 mistake each. Possibly 2 mistakes from Levan and 1 mistake from Moritz. So out of the 9 racks played, I think 6 of them have been runouts.
Oh. Yes, fantastic stuff. High quality. And Corteza back at 6-3 now, and we'll get the break.
So I think Sorry, go ahead, Gethin.
I was just saying he may have just lit a flame now of belief.
Yeah, he's still very much alive in this match if he could just figure out that break shot. So I think I've counted 42 countries representing this World 8-Ball Championship. Wow. And it looks like one of those players, I think we only had 1 player from China in the field, and they've not made it for the first match. So maybe some flying issues or visa issues, something like that. But there was a walkthrough for Mr. Greg Hoag in the opening round.
Ah, that's a shame. If it was something to do with the logistics, it's never a nice feeling for the player. Now, look at the result from that. I think that 8 is locked up against the 1. Maybe there's just the 14 available. Or can he see the 4?
Yeah, maybe just the 12 ball down here. I don't think he can see the 4.
The 12, yeah.
And the combination's definitely not playable. But he'll be thrilled to be at the table still. It's the first time he got a ball in the break. And the layout isn't bad. The balls are open enough. I don't think he needs to move anything. As soon as I say that, he moves something.
Yeah, I think he was he was looking at the 8 ball. It was a bit locked up, and he's just moved the 1 out of the way. Might not still be fully open. I do like his look on the stripes here.
Yeah, all the stripes are kind of near the 8. So he should be able to navigate something. But he doesn't have to move the cue ball too much for these next few balls. It's always nice. Well short there. He wanted to be on this angle, but not this much angle.
No, there's a very good chance the 8 ball will be moving a bit further. Unless he can really dig into this 15.
Yeah, I think he would have loved to have the angle where he could dig into it and move the 6 rather than move the 8. But this is okay.
This
14
is
ball, little dicey to get on now, I think. Can he see it now, Gethin?
That's a very good question. I think he can if it passes the 2. If the 4 wasn't hampering his cue, he'd be able to dig in off the 10 and come back for it. But if he can, that would be a right result.
Well, from that angle, it looked super tight by the 2-ball, but he just fired it in there. Well, this is good stuff from Iwan. Staying alive in this match, trying to keep Moritz off the hill.
Yeah, played that perfect. Just needs to be a little careful. If he wants to come around the 8, he doesn't want to bring the 7 into play.
And I wondered if he would look at this. Does the 8 go to the top left? I think it does.
You've got me tilting my head at the screen, Ben. I think it does.
Oh, he comes around into the 7. Beautiful shot. That tells me it probably didn't go by that 2-ball. Good stuff.
Nicely done.
So, yeah. Iwan's first break and run.
And it's the first time he's made a ball on the break, I think.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. That is correct. Looks like Skylar
So
up 6-2 over there now.
Yeah, he's having a great morning so far. And we will have the rest of these round 1 matches. We'll start after these. 55 minutes from now. And also today, set your reminders, we will have the semi-final and the finals of the Bank Pool Master Showdown. And in that lineup, the semi-finals, it's Roberto Gomez taking on Jason Shaw. And one of the local favourites, Justin Bergman, St. Louis boy, is taking on Fedor Gorst. So massive names coming up later today. Although saying that, we've got 2 rather big names on this table. You forget Corteza's multi-world champion. And he hasn't looked any different.
Yeah, and yeah, he doesn't age, right? But
Exactly.
some of these Filipino players just a little underrated, I would say, a little overshadowed, obviously, by Efren. But Iwan is, like you said, multiple world champion, multi-time, and one of the greatest ever.
Yeah. It is maybe part of their style to stay under the radar somewhat. Probably helps with the backroom pool matches.
Certainly a thing, yeah. And you mentioned Justin Bergman, the hometown favorite. Well, you and I have a real treat of a next match here in that 55 minutes time. We got Justin Bergman. He's going to take on Duong Guoc Hoang. What a match that'll be.
Oh, yeah. Is that you and I? I think that might even be you and I.
I think it is.
Oh.
We are lucky.
Yeah, we are being blessed. But I have to say, that's where you tip your hat to PBS, Predator, Poison, Yalin, all of our sponsors. They've brought so much enthusiasm and money into the game, more importantly. And as you said, free to watch, online and live. So great exposure. And it's really doing wonders for the sport.
Yeah, that big prize money, $90K to the winner of this event, has brought out all the best players in the world.
He's just having a look. It's the 11 ball that sat at the top of that little cluster of 3, the 4, 7.
Yeah, he's trying to move it.
He has.
Great shot. Really great shot. The only problem I see here is getting to the 8 ball, because I think he needs to play the 14 and then the 13, so the 10 to the 8 might be a little tough. I'm not sure he could play the 10 then the 13 last. That would be ideal.
Yeah, I think if it passed the 5 and the 6 ball, he would have taken the 10 next. But he had to come underneath the 11 like this. And yeah, it will be the 10 to 8 that could be the chink in the armor.
Yeah, and now dealing with shooting over top of balls makes speed a little tougher sometimes. Moritz looking for some kind of tell on Lee Van's face. You're never going to get that. Often I try to look for their body language a little, see if they like it or not.
Yeah, some players do give quite a lot away just from their demeanor. He looked like there was a chance he was going to run into the 8 there, which may have also helped. And well, it went in the left center pocket. And that will bring Corteza to 6-5. Moritz sat in his chair, probably wondering a little bit what's going on. I'll tell you what's going on, Moritz. Corteza's got his break working. And not only is he making balls off the break, he's following them up, Ben.
Yeah, he's found a way to make a ball. And that's the tail of the tape right now. He's taken over the break success stat. Now at 40% to Moritz 33. But you look at the overall performance, they're both playing unbelievable. One missed shot each.
Yeah, you picked up on that earlier, Ben. And the statistics are the proof in the pudding. Really world-class stuff. Round 1 of the World 8-Ball Championships here in St. Louis. And, well, this is a sign of things to come. We are in for an absolute treat, Ben. And yet, Justin Bergman will be coming up next as well. Fresh from the banks.
Yeah, in bank stroke, and now you got to try to play 8-ball.
I have to say,
successful break.
He's done it again, hasn't he? He's done it again. What was it? It was 6-2 or 5-2? I'm trying to remember now. I think it was 6-2.
I think it was 5-1 and then 6-2. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's coming back. Chance to tie the match here if he gets out. Only one tough ball that I can see.
You were talking about the transition from banks to 8. It must be very difficult for the players. Even in the commentating box it is. I started to look at a few bank shots before I even looked at the obvious shots in this 8-ball match.
And trying to find a two-way on every shot.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Always trying to find a place to hide the cue ball, but we don't need to do that in 8-ball. We just need to play shape.
Yeah.
Now it looks good here. Just need to develop one little problem there, but it's got plenty of time to do it.
His cue ball control has been exceptional as well, especially in these last few racks. He's moving it around with ease.
He came up just a hair short of where he would have loved to be. He's going to shoot the 6, and he would have liked to move the 5 when he shot the 6, but yeah, so he's going to shoot the 3 first, try to get a better angle on the 6. I like this because when he moves the 5, he should be on the 2 in the side.
Yeah, now he can bump the 5 off the 6 if he wants to take it now. He will have the 2 available for backup if the cue ball misbehaves.
Yeah, and always looking for that insurance policy, a ball to land on other than the one you're breaking out.
That's worked out very well.
And how about land on all 3 of them?
Exactly.
It's always a bonus.
He can
like
just keep
I like
bringing the
shooting
cue ball
5.
center table.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to land on both balls again here. Oh, he's overrun it a little.
Ooh.
Yeah, dealing with the 14 a little bit, queuing over top of it. I don't think he can shoot the 2 here. I think he needs to shoot the 4.
Yeah, if the 2 passes the 10, that will make this a little bit easier. Can just focus on the pot and maybe float the cue ball off the short rail. Not much. Or the center pocket, if he prefers.
Yeah, queuing over a ball again brings in the miss a little bit from here. He's pretty dialed in right now.
Oh. Couldn't agree more, Ben. This 8 to bring the score back to 6 apiece. And in this winner breaks format, there is nothing the German can do sat in his chair. He just has to sit and watch. And the best he can hope for now is a mistake from Corteza's break.
Got 3 break and runs in a row from Levan. So 3 pack. It looks like we've got a couple matches have finished. Christopher Tevez knocking off the Canadian Walid Hashem 8-2. And P.S. Labudis wins 8-0 over Emil Andre Gangflo. And that's surprising to me because Emil's been playing great. That must be a winner breaks thing over there. Maybe P.S. ran a bunch of racks in a row.
I think you're right. If you'd have shown me that scoreline at the beginning, I wouldn't have believed you. And yet, the winner break format probably, likely taking effect in that. And again, he's got the cue ball into the pack. And well, by hook or by crook, that 7 has dropped.
Yeah, he even held up his hand in apology to Moritz because it looked like it was going to be a dry break. And then that one got kissed in. But I don't think he should be sorry. He put that cue ball right through the middle of the pack. He couldn't have hit that break any better. Only one tough ball, of course, the 3 glued to the 8 there. I don't think he can shoot stripes. Definitely low ball looking like good option. The 2 balls, nice easy opener to get him going. Well, from this angle, I'm wondering, does the 3 pass the 15 into that same pocket? I'm not sure. From this angle, I don't think so either, but maybe. What do you think, Gethin? Does he need to move the 3?
Well, I know he'd prefer not to. If he can take it cleanly into the bottom left corner. He's not gone back to look at it, so clearly he fancies, I reckon he thinks it goes.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the fact that he hasn't really looked at it means it doesn't go. He's going to try to move it right here, off a couple of rails. Look at this shot.
Here you go.
He's landed on nothing, though.
Yeah, he's been a bit unfortunate there. Maybe 5, shape on the 5 to the top left.
I think that's it, yeah. And even still, that's a maybe. The 8 ball's tight. Might be in the way. Now he's looking at the 3. Shot clock's a factor here, too. Yeah, he just didn't have time to work it out, so he just took what he could get. Made a sweet pot there and held to stay on the 1. What a shot.
I didn't think that ball was going in the right direction. I was wondering if it took a clip on the 9. Maybe we'll see that back later on. But
Yeah,
what a pace to play that shot at.
With 1 second left on the shot clock. Really impressive.
Incredible. He really is digging deep with great effect. Look at the pattern he's left himself now. Draw back across the table.
That was a tidy little shot he just played there. To slow spin that one in. Hold for perfect position on the 1. Wow, and these 2 balls to get himself on the hill with a 4-pack. Might just run out the set.
Our stat man will be having kittens.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot easier to keep track of the stats when they just break and run out every time, I think. They never miss. There's no safeties.
Exactly. There's no other buttons to click, and he's played that very nicely. Didn't do too much with the cue ball. This will be to take the lead for the first time in the match.
Yeah, right from the opening dry break, he hasn't had a lead. He's taken a lead at the perfect time.
you couldn't have picked it better. Finds himself on the hill. Moritz, well, he might be having a little numb behind, sat in his chair for so long. He'd be itching to get out and get some action. He may not get back out of his seat this match.
Yeah, nothing he can do. He hasn't really done anything wrong. I think dry break, only 1 missed shot each still. You see Levan's overall performance, 931. That's really high.
Yeah, that's really... And that has shifted in the last 3-4 racks significantly. Just another update on the other tables underway. On table 1, Skylar Woodward has completed his match, winning 8-2 against Sean Malayan. And you mentioned about the Chinese player having to forfeit. The South African player, Aiden Joseph, also. I'm just wondering if there are a few problems with the flights. But Corteza breaking, potentially for the match.
We saw the cue ball come a little high. Is the 14 going to trickle in? It's not. This isn't over yet.
Now,
well,
a
could
little
we get yeah, full drama to start the tournament?
Well,
nothing easy here.
I loved the raise of his eyebrows when he came to the table. He had a little quick survey that sort of summed up his opportunity here. He's going to have to put the work in, and after being sat in your chair for quite a while, could be interesting. Is he taking this 7-6 on as his opener?
I think he needs to, Gethin. I don't think stripes are manageable. So I think he needs to take on this 7-6 combination. It plays good because the cloth is still really new, so it should slide in there. Worst case, you miss it by a foot, it goes in off the 5, but I don't think so. Well, and he's dealt with a problem being the 1 ball. I think he's freed it a little bit with that shot.
And where that 5 is, he may be able to see enough of the 5 to take that on. Pretty sure he can. So yeah, solve 2 problems in 1 shot. Doesn't look completely out of the woods yet. That 4-7 still got a bit of trickiness about it.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what he's gonna do with that 4-7. Obviously, there's a combination on that ball, but you wouldn't want to take it if you didn't have to.
Well, if he wants to disrupt either of them. He can play into them off the 3 now, but there's nothing guaranteed afterwards.
Yeah, and he's used his extension. So not a lot of time to think now. Got to make a decision quick and get down and shoot. Wow, where's he going here?
Cut on the 7.
A little thin. He's going to be moving some more stuff around.
Yeah. He's running into that stripe, and it looks like it's plumb to run towards the 1. So maybe looking for a little bit of fortune as well. Oh, how about you just get that one off the table as well?
Well, and he's landed on the 50-yard line a bit here. A thin one into the side, or a really tough bank on the 2.
Yeah, the bank on the 2 would allow him just to keep the cue ball down to the 10. I don't think that would help him either, so thin cut on the 4. Oh.
Looked like he caught it about as thin as he could, but that might be his last shot in this match.
What a turnaround, Ben. What a turnaround. We were talking about double elimination, I don't know, 6 racks ago, but we were thinking of Corteza in the back of our minds. Certainly I was. And look at it now. He has this opportunity to take the opening match.
Yeah, looks like we're going to see Moritz go to the 1-loss side and try to battle his way back to the final 32. A bit of a testament to what we mentioned with Levan's poker face. I mean, he just never looked worried. Just waited for his chance. Then he just broke and ran 4 racks in a row, got himself in the match.
It sounds so easy when you say it like that, Ben.
Yeah, no problem. Just another day at the office, right? Walk in the park. Pretty cool customer, this Levan.
Now, which way does he elect to go here? Can he come around? I was just wondering if he could play the 11 into the same pocket to hold for the 10 as the 15. He may elect to still do that here. Although, yeah.
Could take a look at the 11 right now. At least contemplate it.
Oh, if he's found the gap, Ben, that may be even more fruitful.
No, this tells me maybe he hasn't found that gap, so needs to control the speed well here.
Yeah, 11 into the same pocket.
It's perfect.
And yeah. Stop shot for the 10. It's looking like a formality now, and that's a testament to how much effort and hard work Corteza's put into this. Would have been very easy for a player just to drop their head at the scoreline.
Yeah, and just resign to the fact that, well, I still have another life on the B side, and it's okay, right? But he held his head high and made a nice comeback here. He's played fantastic.
Absolutely, and a shake of the hands, and Moritz Neuhausen will move over into the losers bracket. And from the way he started this match, I still fancy he will go deep in this tournament. Corteza progresses through to the next round with a formidable performance, and we have to say a fantastic comeback. We will have more action coming up for you on this table in 30 minutes. A matchup between Justin Bergman and Duong Kwok Hoang. And that should be another exciting encounter. That will kick off, as I mentioned, in 30 minutes. If you want to keep updated with the scores as they're coming in live, please do visit ProBilliardSeries.com. You can get all the live and up-and-coming schedules for all 4 events here in St. Louis. And I want to extend a thank you to all for joining us. My name's Gethin Davis. My colleague Ben Francis. I believe we'll both be back in half an hour on this table for our up-and-coming match. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
pool fans, if you're just arriving, welcome to the 2026 Yalin WPA Men's 8-Ball World Championship. We are in round one. We got some more matches starting up in the TV arenas coming up. In Arena 2, big feature matchup, Dong Quoc Hoang from Vietnam, and from here in St. Louis, the Iceberg, Justin Bergman. And in Arena 1, we'll have the Superman, always fun to watch, Roberto Gomez and Claudio Cacci. Things will kick off here in about 15 minutes in both arenas. once again, want to welcome everybody to the second stop of the Predator Pro Billiard Series. Lots coming up here all week in St. Louis, including later on today, 4:30, we will kick off our semifinals in the bank pool. It is the Superman, Roberto Gomez. Who are you going to be facing, Roberto? Yeah, the Eagle Eye, Jason Shaw. And then we'll have the Iceberg, Justin Bergman, taking on the Ghost, Fedor Gorst, to find out who's going to be moving into the championship. And we'll have the championship this evening, right here in Arena 1. Coming up, we have our next round of the World 8-Ball Championship. In Arena 2, Dong Kwok Hoang and Justin Bergman. In Arena 1, Roberto Gomez and Claudio Cacci. Kicking things off here in about 5 minutes, and want to remind you, you can follow all the events online. ProBilliardSeries.com has the draw, has the up-to-date scores on all the matches. Check it out, ProBilliardSeries.com.
To become World 8-Ball Champion.
Brilliant performance. Shameful morning. Bronze 8-ball champion.
Joshua Filler, new World 8-Ball Champion.
Alvin Ocean, the 2025 World 8-ball champion.
Hello, pool fans, and welcome to the Gateway City here in St. Louis, Missouri, USA. It is the second stop of the 2026 Predator Pro Billiard Series. We have an unbelievable jam-packed week of world-class pool. We have a women's open. We also have a mixed doubles championship with 32 of the very best mixed doubles in the world. And later on today, here in this very arena, we are going to be crowning a Banks champion. So you don't want to miss that. We also just kicked off one of the biggest events in pool. It is the 2026 Yalin WPA Men's 8-Ball World Championship, all presented by Poison. The very best players in the entire world, all battling it out for the title and that huge $300,000 purse. And it all just kicked off today. We have two great matches coming your way, and let's meet the players. First up, from Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, the Martian, it's Dong Quoc Hoang. And his opponent from right here in St. Louis, Missouri, USA, the Iceberg, Justin Bergman. And here in Arena 1, ladies and gentlemen, from Zamboanga, Philippines, the Superman, Roberto Gomez. And his opponent from Tirana, Albania, Claudio Cacci. It's a race to 8 and sending it to the Predator press box. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Derek Cox. And yes, a very warm welcome to you all from the fabulous Hyatt Regency at the Arc, St. Louis, Missouri. We continue day 2 with our next slice of opening matches of the Yalin WPA World 8-Ball Championship. It's 96 players, $300,000 pot. And this, the pick of the round for the local fans and the making of a tightly fought contest. Duong Quoc Hoang of Vietnam taking on the local hopeful Justin Bergman. Our referee for this match, Edmundo Rodriguez, hailing from Puerto Rico. My name is Gethin Davis, and joining me back in the box, Ben Francis. Welcome back, Ben.
Good morning, everyone, and what a great match we have. Another great match here on table 2 to start off the opening round. As you said, the hometown favorite, Justin Bergman, back on the scene. But he's got his hands full in Vietnam's finest. Duong coming off a couple of good performances in the last few tournaments. And just watching some of these other matches, there are 4 tables being streamed for free on Pro Billiard TV on YouTube. You can tune in, table 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we just saw table 4 finished off. Marco Spitsky defeating Felix Vogel by a score of 8-7. What a great match that was.
Absolutely, and Ben, you'd have to consider that a bit of an upset. I would have had Felix down as favourite. Them two players, both Germans, will have met each other on a few occasions. So yeah, hard-fought match, energy sapping. It looks like Duong has won the lag and will get us off to break in this winner breaks race to 8.
And right from dead middle, hitting the head ball, making a ball straight in the side. That's a good sign from him. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, not a bad spread for him either, Ben. He does have choices here, so can make his decision early on now. Solids or stripes. And just looking around the table, I think he's spoilt for choice. Maybe stripes because of the 9, and where the 4 is, perhaps.
Yeah, the 4 ball was the first thing that popped out to me. So definitely stripes would be preferred, and the opener nice and easy with this ball on the side. They might have the luxury of sectioning the table here where he can sort of work on one end and come back down to the other. And we really saw in the first match of the day here on table 2, anything can happen with this winner breaks format. Saw Levan run a 4-pack.
Yeah, and took a couple of early racks to get it working. And Neuhausen in that opening match taking a commanding lead and employing the second ball break, which is something that we may not get to see too much of in this World 8-Ball Championships. But yeah, as you mentioned, the winner breaks format, once he got his break working, well, Corteza was off to the races. And it looks like Duong is following similar form, but on this occasion, straight out the blocks.
On handy to be able to land on this ball here onto the combination. The 12 should stay near the pocket.
He punched that cue ball over very nicely. Not a difficult combination, but as you said, just needs to make sure that he holds the 12. Has done that. Great opening signs for the Vietnamese player here. And Justin will be up against it.
You can see fair-sized crowds filing in here. Try to watch the hometown favorite.
Indeed. Well, they won't see him at the moment. It looks like getting out of the chair for the opening rack. And that
You can't
will
find a
bring
better
him...
start than that.
Yeah, exactly, Ben. And well, you were mentioning about the crowd size. Yesterday, you and I were listening to all sorts of enormous applauses as Bergman qualified through to the semi-finals of the Banks tournament. A very exciting tournament it was, and the crowd were really getting behind him, and it looks like they've returned today. And of all ages, look at that. Beautiful. However, I'm sure they'll want to see Bergman get to the table, but as you alluded to, winner breaks format, if a player can get it working straight from the get-go, great possibilities arise for Duong here. Our referee Edmundo Rodriguez just making sure with this hand rack that these balls are as tight as possible.
Looks like he's exactly dead middle of the table, looking for a ball in the side pocket. Just about got the cue ball in there that time, but he's made a ball and he's got a wide open look again.
Yeah, good options. And as you look from the overhead view there, one of my favorite camera angles, it shows you that there's not really any trouble out there for him either. And perhaps stripes would look a little bit favorable, but You have to say, every ball has a pocket.
Yeah, definitely stripes because of where the 8 is, I think. And the opening shot isn't too bad. I think he can see through to this 12s right over the hole. That's handy.
I mentioned Bergman in the banks. They will come after another slice of matches. It'll be winners round 1 matches in the 8-ball World Championships coming after this. And then we will move into them semi-finals, 4:30 local time. Roberto Gomez taking on Jason Shaw. And this man in the chair, Justin Bergman, taking on Fedor Gorst. So Bergman's going to have a long day here at the office.
Yeah, at least 2 matches to play. He'll be hoping he plays 3.
It was very difficult to pick anything between them yesterday in the quarterfinal stage. There were some amazing runs and some great tactical battles. We had not too many of them in our opening 8-ball match previous to this, Ben. And it looks like Duong at the moment, if he's going to make a ball off the break, he doesn't look like missing.
I touched on this a little bit in that opening round match, and I'd be curious to see if Moritz sticks with that second ball break, because it didn't win him the match. I think we're going to see the winner of this tournament hitting the break exactly like Duong's hitting it.
You think Moritz will be watching around the hall and just having a look at everyone else's break and reassessing his options, perhaps?
I think he should be. I think we should always be studying the game and trying to watch tape and see if we can figure something out. But anytime you got the luxury of being in the arena right next to them, see what they're doing, see how they're hitting it, see how the balls are racking, all those things.
Well, Hoang is making short work of this, and aside of the lag, Justin has not got out of his chair as of yet. And how important will the lag come into not just this match, but for the whole tournament, if the players are going to start getting their breaks working in such a fashion?
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth there. I think the lag is going to be ever important. As we can see here, Justin not getting out of the chair yet. It's a little worrying.
Yeah. However, we will reflect back to our previous match, and it did look like the young German, off the back of his recent win, was going to run away with that. And as you mentioned, Iwan Corteza, the Filipino, just got the break working, making 1 ball off the break, nothing more. But the difference, well, the scorelines had such a dramatic swing. I think Moritz came out of that a little bit shell-shocked, in all honesty.
And I think if you're Justin here, you're not panicking at all, because you can see the balls going in on the break. For Duong, that means if Justin gets a chance, then, I mean, there's a good chance the balls are going in for him too. So maybe just 1 opportunity needed, and he can run his own package. Nothing yet. 6 ball misses. Justin's getting out of the chair.
Well, this time, Duong better control of the cue ball, but nothing finding a pocket. The 6 did threaten, and for the first time we see Justin out of the chair, and that is a not too bad a spread out there for him. He could... Well, yeah, he's just looking at his opening ball. This looks like the only solid he can take if he wants to take them, but this is a good opportunity for him.
Well, the only downside to that big head ball break is when nothing goes in, it's wide open like this. Well, big light off there.
It looked from the overhead. I don't know if you overheard me. I said it under my breath a little bit, but that didn't look on. But the overhead can sometimes be a little bit deceiving. He went down, had a look, and felt it was, Ben, but that was a tricky opener.
It was thinner than he thought. When he went over and looked, I think he thought he could hit it thick, but no, I think he needed to cut it a lot. It wasn't really on, like you mentioned.
Bit of a let-off for Duong.
Yeah, and that's going to hurt if Justin doesn't get back to this table.
Yeah, if he can get rid of the 5 and 7 early on and just leave the balls down the bottom of the table, that will make his pattern play that bit easier. It looks like he's doing that straight away.
Yeah, sectioning the table, working on one half and then the other. That way you're not moving the cue ball up and down all over the place. So just a soft draw here, and he should land in between some balls. Probably the 1 ball next. Well, maybe the 4.
Yeah, it might lend itself for position on the blue too.
Wow.
Oh. Misjudgment. And that, his first mistake of the match. And Justin may have not thought he was coming back to the table. However he is, he's got the stripes to contend with.
Yeah, he had the glove off there, like maybe there was going to be a timeout after this game if he didn't get back to the table, but he's back, put the glove on, get back to work.
Yeah, that blue too is a bit of a pesky ball where it is at the moment for Bergman.
I wonder if the 12 passes by. If it does, he can use the 12 to get on the 9. He's lost the cue ball a bit on the first shot. Certainly not trying to crash into the 4. Always looked a little thick to me, Gethin.
Yeah, agreed. And, well, Justin, in my experience, has been one of the more accurate players when I've come across him. So far, he's not really dialed it in yet. And that may be testament to Duong keeping him in his chair for the first couple.
Yeah, definitely kept him cold. But 2 mistakes already from Justin. That's how many mistakes Moritz made in the whole last set to lose the match.
Yeah, that's a very good point. As we said, 96 of the world's top players are here to try and pick up a chunk of that $300,000 booty.
Can see Duong eyeballing this 1 because he'd love to save the 3 ball to get to the 8. I don't think he can do it, though. He doesn't want to be shooting the 1 ball next. Certainly have to be the 4 ball next because the 4 to the 8's a nightmare.
How deep is the the 15 in the pocket? Is there an opportunity to play the 8 through it if he doesn't feel he can get around from the 4?
I think that's a good call.
He's going to need to put in a big shot here regardless. If he can get round the back of the 8, that may be better.
Gotta dodge some traffic here. The 14 and the 15, I think, are right in the path of where he needs to go with cue ball here. Oh, he stunned it forward, and he's gonna land short side on this 8 ball. No, he doesn't get there.
He did find the gap, though, to great effect. He's called the bank.
Big shot here early in the match.
We'll see how much he was watching play from yesterday.
Yeah, you'd think if
Oh.
Bergman was shooting that
Oh.
ball, he probably makes it. Oh, he made it in the wrong pocket.
Yeah, that's end of rack.
Yeah.
Edmundo just checking before he did anything, and I don't blame him.
Doesn't hurt to make sure.
No, absolutely not. And, well, an unfortunate way for Duong to let Justin get to the table, or rather get on the board. I did feel if he was to make a mistake there, that would have been a good opportunity for Bergman just to get his arm dialed in winning a rack this way and getting the break. Well, maybe he's still a little bit cold and will be putting a little bit more faith in getting a ball off the break.
Yeah, you bring up a good point there. He'd be happy to win that game, but he would have rather shot.
Yeah, I fully agree. And well, that brings him to 2-1. Just to let you know, on our other, you mentioned we have 4 tables streamed for you, 2 with live commentating. The other with the live commentary is on table 1, Roberto Gomez taking on Tedio Kachi. And over on table 3, this is a tough matchup. Ruslan Chinnikov is taking on Matthias Snigoczki. And, well, that should be an absolute thriller. And there's an all-American matchup, the young Hayden Ernst taking on Hunter Lombardo. They were waiting for table 4 to finish, so they were just starting a little bit later than the rest of these lads. So I'll bring you some updates with the scores, but Justin Bergman for his first break in this match. Ball fired into the corner pocket.
Yeah, big break there, wide open spaces. Looks like stripes at first glance.
Yeah, stripes at first glance. Does he take on this tricky 15 to get it kicked off?
Yeah, I like that, Gethin. I think that's the only semi-tough ball. But he might not like bridging over the 9, so he might use the 9 to get on that ball later. That's exactly what he's going to do, and the pattern lays pretty nice from here.
Yeah, a little bit of traffic. Not necessarily right around the 11. May force him to take the 11 now. He's got a good, yeah, he's taking it now. Good line on it. Picking these off into the side pocket. Ben, treat these with caution.
I'm a bit surprised he played it like this because these sides are triple tough. But he's landed really good. If there was ever a spot where this shot was easier, it's from here. Pretty straight in. Saving that 9 ball to get on the 8.
Yeah, I was about to say he can leave the 9 for his key ball now. Maybe that was in the back of his mind as well, taking on position for the center pocket with the last shot. Ooh.
Surprised to see him go that way with cue ball.
That will work. I thought he wanted to come underneath the 5, but as it's turned out, this is now going to be all about cue ball control. Center table. nicely, and not a bad response, Ben, to a couple of misses in that last rack. You could just put that to bed now. And like you said, it would only take one mistake and your opponent getting their break working, and we could see some big swings, and what looked like Duong taking a commanding lead now is back to 2 apiece. And, well, this is getting interesting even at this early stage, Ben.
Yeah, momentum on Justin's side now. Be breaking in rack number 5. Try to get his first lead of the match. Tough draw for both of these players in the opening round. Certainly not a lot of easy draws out there. Pretty stacked field, but this is a tough one.
Yeah, I agree.
Duong at 920 already. Player performance.
Yeah, that's formidable. And I was about to say, when I was doing the introduction, Ben, this was my pick of the opening round matches for the men's 8-ball world championships. Not just because Bergman's a local, so I knew there'd be a bit of cheer in the crowd, but Duong is a real tough, solid competitor. And I do feel that the stronger the player Justin faces, it brings him out of his shell a little bit more. And maybe just facing a 2-0 deficit, sat in your chair, it's just got him a little bit, how can I put it? It's just got him motivated that little bit more if he ever needed it.
Yeah, I agree. I think Justin really seems to get up for these big matches, you know, when it's a real tough opponent, he seems to raise his level. Stripes look okay here just because of where the 8-ball's located. Usually better to shoot the suit that has the 8 surrounded.
Played that very well.
Yeah, that was a really good shot. He made that look a lot easier than it was. Not easy to stun that ball with the running siding like that. Landed perfect on this 10 in the side.
Looking a bit forward, Ben, is he going to have to take the 9 before the 11? I think he is.
I think so. I think so. Looks like he's eyeballing it next after the 10.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I think he's hoping he could shoot the 9. Then the stripe in the top right would lead him to the 11, but I just don't think that's on, so he needs to shoot the 9, come around for the 11 in the same pocket. Oh, now he's looked short side on the 9.
Oh, needs to slide past the red 3.
The angle is good from here to get where he needs. He didn't get into it enough, though. I think, like you said, trying to slide by the red 3, he was a little worried about maybe going into the 3, so he let off of the draw on the spin a little.
Tough 9.
And tough position around the world here. Now he crashes into some traffic.
Does this carry him off the 8? Or can he... Don't think it caroms off the 8.
I think he can slice it in, Gethin, just real thin. Maybe a touch of left spin to help it. And it looks thin enough that the cue ball should go into the 8 or the 4, so you don't have to worry about any scratch.
Oh. What a shot. If that passes the 2, it would be an even better shot. I don't think it does.
I thought it did at first glance, but no, definitely not, because he's called the back cut. Tough shot, this one, into a blind pocket from a mile away.
This would really send a message over to Duong if he makes this. He's putting it in the pocket right next to where he's sitting. He'll be looking down the throat of this shot. Oh! What happened there?
You could see he was walking away right away. He thought he missed it by a foot. And then when it slopped in, he held up his hand to Duong in apology because he knew he didn't hit it good.
Yeah, absolutely. I was a bit caught unaware then. I thought he can't be walking away thinking he's potted that because it looks like he's missed it. And then when it dropped, the hand came up and I realized. Wow, what a couple of shots from Justin Bergman to take the lead for the first time in this match. 3-2 the score. Just having a quick look over at the other tables underway. If there's any highlights, Jimmy Henry, oh wow, I think he's from Australia if I remember rightly, or is he New Zealand? From New Zealand, is winning 4-1 over the young American Frankie Hernandez. Roberto Gomez 4-0 over Cledio Caci. And the match between the young Hayden Ernst and Hunter Lombardo, well, Hayden's taken the opener there. Keep you abreast of some other updates in the scores. But so far, Ben, 100% success rate for Justin.
Yeah, and I kind of figured this would be the case after we saw the first two breaks from Duong and the ball's just flying in. I thought if Justin gets a chance, probably going to work out the same for him, and it has, but he's not breaking from exact middle. He is off to the side a little bit. I don't think he's got one this time.
No. Back to the chair. No.
But he didn't hit that break as good as his previous ones. You could see he glanced it. He didn't hit it as square as he wanted.
Solids look favourite from the position of them. As I look at the overhead, I think he called a 6.
Oh, and all the other balls are over a hole. He's got like 4 hangers, the 7, the 2, the 4, the 3, they're all over a pocket.
Looks like the 4 passes the 5.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Justin there. His first dry break. Has only had 3 breaks, and with this being dry and leaking so many solids out to the pockets, he must be a little bit sick after that. But I have to say, this is what's keeping this match interesting, and I'm a little bit worried that one of these players is just going to run away with it.
Yeah, definitely. They're both capable of running away with it. Maybe just one dry break here and there is going to decide this one.
He's just got to navigate a bit of traffic here off the 7. But once he does, he should be sitting pretty. Well, if he's going to take the 1, either he's going to need to get particular on positioning, or he's going to maybe take it onto that left side pocket. And from this angle, that makes it rather tight, as you mentioned, triple tight.
Yeah, he'll be looking to land straight in and close to it. and that gives us a good idea of how tight it is from this angle.
Thank you, production team. You won't get a better view of how tight that is.
Not much room for error there.
Not a problem. Not a problem. And a bit of an applause. I'm guessing friends of Duong there making hand signals to him. Scoreline back to 3-3. And Duong will get the break. So in fairness, in quick summary, Ben, it's only been 2 dry breaks, one from either player, that has kept it this close.
Yeah, I think 1 missed ball each, if my memory serves me correct. 2 from Justin.
Oh yeah,
but I think
in the same rack.
Yeah, but he still won that game. I think that was the one where Duong made the 8 in the wrong pocket.
Yeah, up until that point, Justin was 1 pot, 2 misses, and hadn't really seen any more action than that, apart from the lag. So, well, going back to Duong's breaks, he's breaking dead center and looking to make a ball in the side pocket. It really does come down to Edmundo putting a good rack together, which he has been doing so far.
See if Duong moves away from dead center. No, he's not going to. I thought he might move the cue ball over just like a ball or 2 off a center.
He might be half a ball to the right, you know.
Ball rattles in the side, but he's got one down in the corner, and it's wide open spread again. And I know we don't have the race length on the scoreboard there, but it is a race to 8 in these opening rounds. I think once we get down to the single elimination stage of 32, it will move to a race to 10. And $90,000 to the winner. Big prize fund here this week.
Great minds think alike. As soon as you mentioned that, all I was thinking was dollar signs.
Amazing prize money here. Really love to see this. I don't know. Growing up watching pool, I never thought I would see the prize money like this. Predator's done amazing things, and all the great sponsors there coming together to just make the game better at every event. Seems to be the prize money's increasing and the quality is through the roof.
Yeah, and good quantity as well. It's, I think we're nearly double figures in the calendar, if I'm not mistaken, for the year. And, well, it's just bringing all the best players out. As much as the players like to enjoy the game, the money is the reason that they're able to do it professionally. And, well, when you look at the young talent as well coming through, Ben, they're all being incentivized by these great tournaments and opportunities to win a pretty penny.
Make a healthy living playing pool nowadays, where 20 years ago that wasn't always a possibility for these guys.
No, and for the sport, it allows the players to focus on their health, their nutrition. They're able to focus on, being able to make the tournaments rather than having to count pennies. And, I remember the Polish players coming en masse and having to share a room together just to be able to make it financially viable. And look how it's changed. And again, as you said, Predator, PBS, it's been a great effort. Great to be part of the team as well. Now, back to Duong. He's potting for fun at the moment and taking advantage of that great break.
Yeah, working his way, excuse me, through these balls quite nicely.
Keeping the local fans a little bit moot, a little bit quiet. And It'll be interesting to see if the crowd just starts getting behind him a little bit more. Because right now, our man from Vietnam, Duan Quang Quang, is keeping him not only in the chair, but keeping the fans quiet. Regains the lead. Quite an important milestone for him there. Keeps his break.
Both players looking really good out there.
Yeah, I think the break success is just one dry break each. The reason for the percentages is, yeah, for the number of breaks Duong's had. And, well, he's still maintaining, you know, 950, he's 952 now. That's basically down to more table time. Justin, well, Justin did have them 2 mistakes, but I've got a feeling there's not much you can put between them in open play.
Yeah, I can see just the number of balls pocketed there. 40 for Duong and only 18 for Justin, even though there's only 1 game separating them in the score.
So, if it's not broke, do not fix it, Ben. From the center again.
Yeah, only 1 dry break out of 4, so no reason to change anything here. Balls are going straight towards the sides. He's getting balls in the corner. Cue ball got kissed around a bit there, so the opening shot might not be so easy. Might be only the 10 ball from here.
I think you're right.
Assuming it passes the 12, might be a little tight. He's looking around.
Well, we haven't, to my recollection, seen an exchange of safeties at all. I think when I remember looking at the stats, there was no safety stats whatsoever.
Not in 2 matches, I don't think. We've seen 1, yeah. And that's typical of 8 ball and the 9 foot. Such a wide open game. I don't think we're going to see a lot of defense.
Well, that shot clock will not stop ticking, Ben, and if that 10 doesn't pass, well, I don't think he's got much at all. Could he bank the 4 around the 7? I don't know. Around the 6, I'm having flashbacks from yesterday. Nope.
Yeah, he didn't have much, so was a safety, but I don't think he's got it. Bit tough, and he's not happy with himself.
No.
Do you think it's maybe a little fatigue from just a long day yesterday in the banks?
It could be, and you know, when you're local, there's lots of reasons to stay out late. Well, for me there is anyway.
Oh, I'm just looking at the draw, and I'm wondering if maybe that's what happened to Justin Hall, because it looks like he's forfeit his opening round match to Radislav Babika. And another American player forfeiting round 1, Lucas Fracasso Werner.
I wonder what's going on.
Yeah, surprising, because those are 2 big names that can do a lot of damage in this field, and not making it for the opening match. A little worrying. I hope they're okay. Especially young Lucas coming off a big win just a couple of days ago, winning his first World 9-Ball Tour ranking event. Defeating Naoki Oi in the final is a good win as well. Naoki's always really tough.
Yeah, he really does have some amazing performances. Not necessarily as consistent as he would like to be, but as of late, really has been coming good. I was just looking in the chat, Ben, and there's some Taiwanese fans in there saying that they've given this Duong Quoc Hoang's a mantle of the Vietnamese king. So he clearly has a reputation back in his region.
Yeah, the king is a pretty prestigious name to get. I think it's right up there with the magician.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
And
Duong's
again,
taking these ones nicely after the mistake from Justin. Looks like he's going to punish him.
yeah, it didn't look like that safety he played off of the break was going to trouble Bergman too much, but as much as he'll be disappointed to have made the mistake, Duong did come back and has punished it. Now has regained that 2-rack lead, 5-3, race to 8. But as you said, right at the beginning, when Duong took a 2-rack lead, Bergman won't be too disjointed from this. And he does have the home support. Out on our other tables, Karl Naderberg is leading 6-2 over Sanjin Pelavanovic. Two strong players from across the pond. In the matchup on table 3, Ruslan Chinnikov, he's 4-3 up on Matthias Snigoczki. I really think that would be quite a tightly fought contest, and well, the current reigning champion, who will lose it from the Banks tournament last year, Billy Thorpe, he's 6-1 up over Ivica Putnik. So Billy looking to make up for yesterday and bring it in the 8-ball. We return to Duong. He's only one dry break in. His break is working fantastically for him.
Yeah, using that open bridge too, more of the Asian style. I see a lot of the American players with the closed bridge on the break, like SVB. Duong with the open bridge. Good success on the break here. He's made 2 balls again. Wide open spaces.
Yeah, absolutely. If it wasn't for the red 3, I fancy him having a little look at the solids here, but 3's just in a bit of a precarious spot. Stripes certainly have a pattern to them.
Yeah, often it's about the opening shot, what can get him in line right away, but he could shoot either ball here. The 1 ball looks good, as well as 9 ball into the side, I think.
Well, decided on stripes. Has the 15 if he wants to float in for the 10, but I feel he needs to take, I think it's the 12 down into the bottom right corner so it can open up that pocket. One of them stripes has to go above or below the the 10. Is it the 10 or 15?
Yeah, I think it's a 10 up there. Yeah, I like shooting the 10 and then the 11 in the side. I think that's what he's going to do. That way you open that corner, as you mentioned there, Gethin. Looks like that's where the 13 will have to go later on. Players are so smart and they study pools so much nowadays. The patterns are just unbelievable good. I know watching some of that Hayball tournament, the Hayball World Championship, the patterns there were just out of this world good. They always find the high percentage stuff.
Yeah. The Hayball is really a demonstration of just exactly that. Pockets are a bit more forgiving. Well, I would like to say on these tables. These Predator Arc tables are cut rather tight.
Yeah, only slightly more forgiving than those rounded Hayball tables. These are tight here.
And I have to say, if Hoang can keep his break working as consistently as he has, his opponents are going to be, well, forced to get theirs working, because it doesn't look like he's going to be making many slip-ups at all.
Yeah, that break can really be a devastating tool for Hoang in this tournament. Might make a deep run if he keeps that up. I think Justin would still be livid at himself for that last mistake. Certainly had some chances here. 3 missed balls, I believe, by Justin. And he's trailing by 3 games, so it adds up.
(6-3). Needs 2 more to progress through to the next round. It is double elimination, so the loser of this match will need to take a longer path if they are to get through to the final stages. Double elimination through to the last 32.
We will have another winners round match coming up after this at 1:30 local time, followed by the semifinal of the Banks at 4:30, followed by the final of the Banks. Don't want to miss that.
The Master Showdown. I do like it. 16-player invitational, some of the best bankers in the business. And it was, what an opening day for this series of events. It's an 8-day event here in Missouri, St. Louis, and opening up with the banks just got everyone's beans up. It was great. We will complete that today, as my colleague Ben Francis has mentioned. Semi-finals and finals to come, but there will be another slice of 8-ball in between. Ooh.
Second dry break from Hoang. Breaking from the middle like that, if you don't make a ball, it's wide open.
Yeah, not really any big problems for Justin to consider. Just needs to make his decision on what he feels is the most promising. I would suggest solids, but
yeah,
why
I
the
would agree.
6 is, he should be okay for the 6. It does have the bottom left pocket.
Well, and can he get on it right now? Deal with the only problem on the first shot is always nice.
Yeah. Good spot,
And
Ben.
stripes were okay, but just that 12 ball looks a little menacing. So I like that he shot solids here. He's got that nice smooth cue action for those kind of draw shots. He's so good at that.
Yeah, he may have liked it a little bit further away from the rail. Shouldn't provide him too much of a problem. Doesn't need to do too much with the 7. Looks like he's just going to run in to the right side of the 9, if at all. I think he's going to miss the 9 completely, actually.
Yeah, just going between the balls. Well, he's tree topped over. Shooting over a ball, never ideal, so he's going to look at another option, but I think he does need to shoot the 3 here. Jacked up.
Oh, wanted an edge, not center on that blue 2. Oh, he has the 1 as backup, of course. I was focusing completely on the 4 there, Ben.
I think it was smart of him to just take what he could get, to put all his focus into potting the 3. And he got pretty good on the 1, and he's got perfect on the 2 ball here.
Oh, this is great stuff, Ben. It's sort of kill or be killed type of pool. Break and runs or dry break and runs.
They sure make this game look a lot easier than it is. This is a tight, fast table.
Yeah, that gets the home crowd cheering, Ben, and Justin Bergman was sat in his chair for a couple of racks there. He had experienced that early on in this match as well, but he came out of the chair and punished the dry break from Duong. And as long as he can just keep them mistakes from creeping in, and, well, actually more importantly, I'd have to say, keep him making balls off the break, Bergman will certainly still feel that he's got a great chance in this match.
Absolutely, he's very capable of running out the set from here. I mean, this break seems to be working pretty good. Can't put it by him just running the last 4 racks here, keeping Duong in his chair. Looks like we got a result in this round. Karl Nadaberg, he's knocked off Sanjin Pelovanovic by a score of 8-2. Bit of an upset there, maybe.
Yeah, and this is what we were bringing back to matches being hosted on Pro Billiard TV and being able to watch them back. Sometimes you just look at it and you start to make some assumptions about how the scoreline went that way. Did it go with the break, and was it just dominating, or was it the mistake-ridden? And it's great to be able to get to watch these matches back, but I wouldn't have expected that scoreline, in fairness. But I would have expected this to be tight, and it is.
Oh, the ball's caught the horn there. Yeah, he didn't get anything down. A couple balls caught the horn in the side, 1 caught the horn in the corner. Tail of the tape here, the dry breaks.
Yeah, looking around the table, you'd want to go solids.
Yeah, no easy opener on a stripe, and the 15 ball up there near the purple 4 is kind of blocked, so solids look good. I think he can see the 2 or the 1 here.
Yeah, he could see the 2.
He's drawing back for the 5 in the side next. And able to section the table again.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's no real balls down near the 4 for him to get good shape on it. I'm just wondering which one he was going to do. And if he started clearing away this half of the table, he wasn't going to be left with many options to get down there for it. So to leave a thin cut would be a bit risky in my view.
Yeah, may be able to use a 6 right now to get up there. But if not, he can shoot the 3, then the 7, and work his way over there. But I like the 6 now. I think to the 4, and the 3 in the corner leads to the 7 in the side pretty easy.
Maybe he fancies his 4 as the key ball to come up for the 8.
it's not a bad key ball at all because you're likely to land underneath it and then just kind of slide up that side rail. So many options in this game. 8 ball's really a preference game. Depends how you're feeling out there sometimes, what shot you choose. So it's maybe the 7 ball in the corner next, and the 3 as the out ball.
Yeah, I think that's what he's just indicated with the cue there as well, for a second time. This a very important rack for Duong. This will put him on the hill with the break. Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, you could see Justin kind of threw his hand in the air a bit there. He knew that one could have went really wrong. Duong mishit that ball a little bit.
That was a lovely pickup from the camera crew. That just caught him at the perfect moment.
Yeah, Justin didn't like that. And I don't blame him.
Oh, he might like that. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, if he can see this, that'll really upset Justin, because that's maybe 2 rolls in a row here for Duong, losing the cue ball a bit and still landing on something. Stoic.
Yeah. Had the pleasure of meeting him many, many moons ago at a Moscone Cup. I think maybe even Hall was there with him at the time. And wonderful guy.
I think few people love pool as much as Justin Bergman. He's just playing all the time. He's just always playing. Did he look? Could I see him shaking a little on that one? He looked a little nervous there.
I
Didn't.
a lot of body movement to complement it as well, I think. Good
Yeah, he
pickup, Ben.
Didn't look that still on the ball. I thought saw a little nerves there. Maybe thinking about the finish line a bit. What a let off though. Justin staring down his opponent on the hill to 4, and now all of a sudden he gets this to 6-5. Anybody's match still.
Well, I don't fancy the 9 in the side pocket for my opener. I actually fancy playing off the 10 to leave Duong in trouble. We haven't seen a safety escape from either player as of yet. We're 6-4 in a race to 8.
Yeah, I think I like the 10 with a bit of a 2-way shot, kind of stopping the cue ball there, using the 14 as cover. No, he just cuts the 10 in, no problem. That was not an easy shot. Elevated the back end of the cue a little bit. Had to stun it.
Now, he's having a look at the 10 at 11. He's either got to pick one off into the side pocket left or into the right corner where he's going to be putting the 15 now. Maybe he can force follow around the 8, long rail, short rail. Not too sure what angle he has here. That was the play.
A little short of where he wanted. See him kind of throw his head there. Didn't get through that ball as much as he would have liked, but he's okay.
Yeah, nicely done. And from throwing his hands up in the air, he's now got to see Duong play, well, in the run of play, 2 poor shots by his standard, and finds him at himself back at the table with a chance to bring the scoreline back to 6-5.
Well, and Duong's really going to remember that one. If this match doesn't go his way, that'll be the key shot he remembers.
Yeah, absolutely. And this will give a real good G-up to the home crowd here supporting Justin.
Yeah, they're going to love this because they were probably almost writing their guy off. At 7-4 down, he's going to be in big trouble.
Love it. I love it. This is turning out to be like our opening match in this 8-ball World Championships. An absolute corker. Really nothing to pick between them. And as you said, could be just down to a battle of dry breaks. What's happening out there in the arena here in Missouri? Hayden Ernst is 2-2 with Hunter Lombardo. And a couple of results in. Alex Montpellier from France has beaten Walter Leiker 8-2. Alex coming over recently from the Belgian Open in Ostend. And Billy Thorpe has taken an 8-1 win over Ivica Putnik. What are the stats telling us, Ben?
Yeah, still only a couple of missed balls from Duong, and he's shooting 942. Overall performance very high.
I can't imagine losing with a 9-4-2. Ben.
Oh, and they show 100% safety efficiency because Duong only played one safety and Justin missed the ball. So you could consider his safety successful. Left him on the back rail with a long shot.
Correct. Yeah, good point. Wow. Sometimes the statistics don't fully reflect, and well, I think that's just natural, the way pool is, especially in 8-ball. It looks like the players have just taken a quick timeout. We actually thought Justin was going to take one after the second rack. He'd taken his glove off. But bring you a couple of other updates on the scores. David Alqueda is 6-1 up on the American Sean Wilkie. Ruslan Chynakov is 5-5 now with Matthias Snegotski. That's over on table 3. That's one of our stream tables. That doesn't have commentating, but you can just pick that up and put it in the background. And over on table 1, Roberto Gomez, 6-4 lead over Kledio Kaci. Kledio's brother already through to the winners round. He will be playing Hubert Lepotko of Poland. The winners round matches coming up after this. Back to Justin Bergman to break, trailing 6 racks to 5, race to 8.
Oh, he unloads on this one. He's gonna get a couple of balls down and a pretty wide open look. Nice. Can't ask for more than this to tie the match.
There was a bit of venom in that one.
Oh, and he came across it a bit. He didn't hit it that square. He mishit it a bit, but anytime you unload on it like that, probably going to get a ball down.
He was just looking to see if the 4 passed the 12. Does that mean he wants to go solids? It looks like from this angle it may sneak half a pocket. If he... Oh, he's gone stripes.
Yeah, I like stripes here too. Definitely solids were playable if you needed to play the 3 and off the 12 to open the pocket for the 4. That was always there too, but you see something he likes in these stripes.
Yeah, and I do like his closing pattern. Down the right-hand side of the table, taking the 9, then onto the 13, leaving shape on the 14.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what ball he plays next. If it's the 15 next with some angle, then certainly be trying to come across for those 2 balls on the side rail. But maybe he picks one of those off now.
Oh, this is a big rack for Justin.
Yeah, and you'd have to think the pressure's ramped up there in the arena a bit. It's getting close.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly know I'd be feeling it if I was out there. If I was Justin, I'd be thinking I'm right in it. This match is at my fingertips now.
Yeah. Just shape needed on the 8. 8 is available to the same pocket. 6-6 with the break. You would start to think that maybe Justin has just eked out a little advantage in this match.
Yeah, small favorite from here. Momentum on his side as well as the break shot.
And the crowd are really getting going.
They're giving the crowd a good match here.
Yeah. This is just what they want to see. Well, I'm sure they would have liked Justin to have already tucked this one up. But for the true pool fan, these are the type of matches that really do get your juices flowing. Starts to ask a couple of questions of the players, and one of the notes I do have down for Hoang is he is a good clutch player. It's something that I've picked up over the years. Whether that will come into play in this winner breaks format, I'm not too sure. But Justin Bergman hasn't had the better of the breaks. 2 dry breaks, I believe. Maybe, was it true? Or maybe, Ben, you can correct me on that. 1 more than his opponent.
I think 2 each, but yeah, maybe it might be 3 for Justin, 2 for Hoang.
But that doesn't matter now, Ben. It's 6 apiece. Justin with the break. We're now down to a race to 2. The crowd clearly livening up. I'm sure a few matches that are finishing will bring a few more people over as well.
Oh, he didn't unleash on that one as much, but he's got 2 balls down. Another wide open look. Well, the 7 has maybe caused a problem up there, the last rolling ball. Certainly has. I don't think the 15 passes the 6, so probably needing to shoot solids here.
Yeah, I like solids. He just needs to get rid of that 6 to open the 7 up, unless he feels that he can play from the 6 into the 7.
Oh, if the 15 goes, which he's eyeballing the 12, tells me the 15 goes.
Ooh.
Much easier this way. Nothing in the way. Oh, I thought he overcut that ball, Yalin.
Yeah, it didn't look like it was heading in the right direction. That's why I said he
missed
made
it. It is getting a little nervy out there, I think.
I'm back in the Netherlands and I'm feeling the nerves from here. Yeah, the 10 passes into this bottom right. There are certainly options for him here.
Yeah, not much left to do with the cue ball after this. Small movements. Wouldn't hate going all the way down for the 14 next. And the 13 in the side, the 9 to the 8 looks pretty easy to me.
Yeah, I like his style, Ben.
There's so many ways to get out from there. He's found a nice one here where it's stop shot. Not moving the cue ball too much. That's what we're looking for when we're playing 8 balls. If we could just play a stop shot every time, we're laughing.
I fully agree. And he's picked these off nicely. He's picked these off nicely. Our man from St. Louis looking to put himself on the hill in what has been a real good tussle between these two players.
Yeah, some back and forth. I mean, we saw Hoang with the early lead and then another lead at 6-3, and it looks like Bergman's gonna get his nose out in front just in time here.
Yeah, we've upgraded from claps to a few whoop whoops. The fans are really getting into it now, and Justin will get the break on the hill and will be looking to put himself in the winners round. How is it looking on the other tables? David Arcada is 7-1 up now on Sean Wilkie. Ruslan Chynakov trails 5-6 to Matthias Nagocki. Hunter Lombardo has taken the lead over Hayden Ernst, 3-2. A couple of results are in. Jovan Bustamante has beaten Arseny Sebastianov 8-4. And I'll bring you a couple more as they come in. We take a look at the Vietnamese king, Duong Quoc Quang. Well, he's not put many feet wrong in this match at all. Neither's Justin. Now, Bergman breaking in front of the home crowd to take his opening match in this WPA World 8-Ball Championships.
Looking for a ball on the side, but he's been getting a couple balls in the corner as of late. Take whatever he can get. Not that ball on the side, though.
No. More animation from the crowd as well. Made the 9 first. The one ball, like a magnet, followed it in. And this is definitely a chance for Duong. I haven't had a good look at the spread, Ben.
Yeah. Pretty much can deal with the problem right away from ball in hand, so if there was a problem. Might be the 8-ball's the only kind of tough ball at first glance here, but if he saves these 2 stripes on the bottom end for last, should be able to drop underneath it. Looks like they're gonna go the full distance.
Oh, it deserves it. In fairness, it deserves it. I'm sure the home crowd would not like it to get to Hill Hill. But yeah, it's deserved it, really. Both players have been running the balls so well, putting the pressure on each other's breaks. And, well, this is the result from it. Duong trailing 7-6 in this race to 8 with a real good look. Maybe, I was wondering if he was going to play the other one as a bit of a shot to come around underneath and maybe leave both options for these stripes, but he's taking this one into the corner gently.
So is he just gonna go softly into the 8 with the cue ball here? I think he is.
Oh, that's risky.
Yeah, and it's not something I would have ever contemplated. But I think it plays okay, just softly. Yeah, he found a really nice play there to get the 8 in the open.
I did not see that, Ben. That was great vision by both yourself and Duong.
Oh, and in all fairness, I never saw it till he was underneath it. He saw it right away. And What a sweet out there to bring us to the decider.
Yeah, the crowd can't help but love this, even though it's their home hopeful that was on the receiving end of that. That was beautiful play by Don Kwok Hoang, who has not dropped his head 1 inch, no matter where the scoreline has been. And he will, by all accounts, have the advantage into this deciding rack with the break. Edmundo Rodriguez from Puerto Rico, a referee for this event. Oh, if we have a look, that's a Jason Shaw. That's an Alex Kazakis. Oh, and that's a Dennis Graba in the background, watching over this match, having a good chin wag. Got a feeling all of them making an appearance in both the mixed doubles and this event. Alex Kazakis has been playing with Miss Fisher of late. It'd be interesting to see if they're matched up in the doubles. I haven't seen the drawers yet, but anyway, let's not digress, Ben. Duong Kwok Hoang with this break for the match. Hill Hill, deciding rack.
He unloads, but nothing's gonna find a pocket. Justin stands up.
Oh, two
Crowd
balls.
gets behind him.
Two balls left over pockets, both stripes. The cluster I'm looking at are solids.
I think
Two
Duong knows
clusters.
it. He's in big trouble here.
I think we can safely say stripes of the court.
Might be the most emotion I've ever seen out of Duong. I've always envied. He's very unemotional out there. He really stays super calm. That might be the most emotion I've ever seen from him. Just a little shake of the head there.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. That Mr. Poker Face doesn't really give much away at all. But that just goes to show how much this means to them, even at this early stage in the double elimination bracket.
Let's take a look at how steady Justin looks over the ball. Pretty calm customer under pressure. I've seen him come with it time and time again. When the pressure's on, he is clutch.
I tell you something as well, Ben. I am going to watch this match back later this evening and just see if I can pick up on Duong with the shaking that you mentioned, because that was a very interesting and astute observation to make.
Yeah, he didn't look that steady over that ball. And I know he didn't have the whole pocket on the 8. He might have been shooting into half a pocket, but he didn't look that steady. And I think when he looks back at this match, that's going to be the one that cost him the match. It's not this dry break. He was shooting that 8 to go up 7-3, I believe. Before he knew it, he was down 7-6.
Yeah.
A great view of how loose Justin's grip is there. Just barely holding on to the cue.
Yeah, good camera work picking up on the little idiosyncrasies like that. I love it. He is a very loose player as well.
And I think that's important. I mean, a lot of times I'm telling players, stop death gripping the cue. You know, you look like couldn't pry it out of your hands. And then as
White
the pressure
fingers.
builds, yeah, and as the pressure builds, we tend to grip it a little tighter, but not this guy. He took these ones nice and
He did, Ben. He's played them really well. It took a dry break from Duong Kwok. Listen to that cheer from the home crowd. Duong clearly disappointed, but couldn't be disappointed with the way he played. As Ben Francis, my colleague, suggested, it could come down to a battle of the dry breaks. It feels like that was the most pivotal part of this match. but for the viewers at home and for us in the box, what a hill thriller. And this is only the opening rounds of play, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back in an hour from now, and that will move us into the winners round 1. And then following on from that, please do set your reminders. At 4:30 local time, we'll have the semi-final of the Banks event kicking off, which will move also into the final. So we will get to see the final at the end of today, 7 local time. And just to let you know, tomorrow we will also be kicking off the Seyberts Women's Open and also the Poison Mixed Doubles. So lots of action. If you're enjoying the stream on Pro Billiard TV, please do like, share and subscribe. For myself, Gethin Davis, and my colleague Ben Francis, thank you to you all. Thank you, Ben, and we look forward to joining you back here in an hour for more action. Winners round 1 of the World 8-Ball Championships. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, Gethin.
Hunter Lombardo has taken the lead.
And there it is, the Superman, Roberto Gomez, victorious. Pikachi had a great comeback in that match. Play again. We have our next matches set to begin at 1:30. We've seen some amazing pool over in Arena 2. Hill. It was the Iceberg. Justin Bergman over Dong Kwok Hoang. And so Justin still in the winner's side of things. Also, Billy Thorpe, 7 break-and runs in a row, almost ran out the entire set. So congratulations to him, but you can follow all the events and even stats on ProBilliardSeries.com. Again, ProBilliardSeries.com. It has all the matches coming up, the scores, and you can even have a link there to watch it live on YouTube, ProBilliardSeries.com. Lots coming up here this afternoon. Again, another round of the Men's 8-Ball World Championship. And then we'll set for our semi-finals in the Banks Pool Master Showdown. Justin Bergman and Fedor Gorst, Roberto Gomez and Jason Shaw. That's our final 4, and then we'll have our championship tonight at 7:30. pool fans, we've seen some amazing pools so far, and we are just getting started. Our next round set to kick off here in just a few minutes. In Arena 2, we'll have Cha Chen from Chinese Taipei taking on Shane Van Boning from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. And here in Arena 1, Albin Ocean from Austria. And his opponent is Christopher Tevez from Peru. You can follow all the events going on here all week long, up-to-date scores on all the matches, and even some really cool stats of each match. ProBilliardSeries.com. Again, it's ProBilliardSeries.com. Has all the times of the matches coming up. And again, at 4:30, we'll kick off our semifinals for the Bank Pool Masters Showdown. Fedor Gorst and Justin Bergman, and Jason Shaw and Roberto Gomez. Don't want to miss that, and then we'll have our championship this evening. It's going to be a lot of fun here at the second stop at the Predator Pro Billiard Series.
Testing 1, 2. Eric Horlofson here, waiting for Gethin Davis. Table 2, Men's World 8-Ball Championships. Coming up in 10 minutes.
Thank you, Eric. Yes, Gethin Davis in for a sound check for the Yalin WPA Men's 8-Ball World Championship. We will
Okay,
be
I can
kicking
hear you
off in
good.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Good, Eric.
Okay, talk to you soon.
In 2026 Yalin WPA Men's 8-Ball World Championship. Lots of matches out there, and two of them coming up. Arena 2 is Chuck Finn and Shane Van Boden. And in our main Arena 1, Alvin Ocean and Christopher Tevez. Feel free to grab yourself a seat and get things kicked off. Opening break about 5 minutes away.
To become World 8-Ball Champion.
Brilliant performance. Shane Van Boning, old 8-Ball champion. Joshua Filler, new World 8-Ball champion.
Albin Ocean, the 2025 World 8-Ball Champion.
Less than 1 minute away from opening break. We've seen some amazing pools so far, and well, the best is yet to come. Hope you guys are as excited as I am. We have our bank pool semifinal set to kick off at 4:30, so make sure you're here for that. When I say Predator Pro Billiard Series, especially if you're in Arena 2, I need y'all to make some noise over there, all right? You're live on camera too. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the second stop of the Predator Pro Billiard Series. We are here in St. Louis, Missouri. The best players on the entire planet are right here. Several huge tournaments are already underway, and coming up at 4:30, we have our Final Four set in the Banks Championship. We have Fedor Gorst taking on Justin Bergman, Jason Shaw, and Roberto Gomez. The winners of those matches will meet each other in the finals. We'll kick that off at 7:30 Central Time here in St. Louis. But right now, today, we kicked off one of the biggest events in pool. It is the 2026 Yalin WPA Men's 8-Ball World Championship. The best players on the planet all battling it out for that $300,000 purse. Behind me, we have 20 tournament tables, and you can follow along all the stats, all the scores, everything at ProBilliardSeries.com. Again, ProBilliardSeries.com. Another set of matches getting ready to kick off. Let's get to it. Starting in Arena 2. He's from Chinese Taipei, the Knight. Somebody make some noise for Cha Chin. And his opponent from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, USA, the South Dakota Kid, Shane Van Boning. And back here in Arena 1 from Klagenfurt, Austria, make some noise for the smooth operator, Albin Ocean. And his opponent from Lima, Peru, Levitan, make some noise for Christopher Tevez. It's a race to 8, and sending it to the Predator press box.
Thank you, Derek Cox, and yes, a very warm welcome to you all from the fabulous Hyatt Regency at the Arc, St. Louis, Missouri. We're continuing day 2 with the winner's first round matchup of the Yalin WPA Men's World 8-Ball Championships, and this could be a very interesting matchup. Shea Chia Chen, top Taiwanese player, taking on the South Dakota Kid, Shane Van Boning. This is a race to 8 winner breaks format. Our referee from Riga, Latvia, Gatis Taube. My name is Gethin Davis, and joining me in the commentating box to bring you live action is Eric Horlifson. Welcome, Eric.
Hey, pleasure to be with you. A couple pre-tournament favorites going at it here. I'm really pegging Shane to be one of the players to make it near the end. Really like his power break with this hand rack format. Feel like he knows 8-ball very well. Able to recognize the patterns. Getting past the shot clock stipulations. He's going up against a good opponent here. Current world doubles champion. Along with his partner, Wukun Lin.
Yeah, I saw this one come up about half an hour ago, Eric, and I was very excited about this. I too feel that Shane is such a strong 8-ball player. He should and probably is expected to go deep, but what a winners round matchup we have. Shei-Chi Chen, well, he's certainly been in some very good form of late.
Good square hit, 4-ball down last minute. Good spread on the rack. See the Arcos ball just twirling around there.
Yeah, he got good cue ball control as well there. Cue ball didn't really move much at all after contact. Not the best of spread from the break, you'd have to say, but certainly a good opportunity for him to attack. I would feel stripes would be his best option if he does have a look at one in the side pocket here.
Yeah, not much for solids, and the one's tied up a bit with the 6. Looks like the 9 or the 15 is available in the bottom left. Definitely on the 9 now. So just the 11 ball up there, up table, that he has to take care of. Lots of room around the middle of the table to move that way.
For any viewers joining us for the first time in this event, we do have a shot clock underway. You'll see in the bottom left-hand side of the screen. Each player does have an extension they can call in each rack, but only once. And he's played to come down for the 11.
Yeah. A little further from it than ideal. But still comfortable cue ball movement up the middle here. Fire.
Too thin, Eric.
He might not have left something here. Shane has about 4 solids to look at. He might have something tough, like the 3. Nothing easy. Cut it.
Yeah.
Back over to Chen now.
Would have liked that to hang in the pocket just to cause Shea a bit of a problem, but it hasn't. But he was quite fortunate to not leave Shane with much, Eric.
Yeah, anytime you miss and the opponent has 6 balls on the table, I guess the 1 and the 6 are a little obscured, but definitely could have left him easier there. This is Shane's first match of the tournament, correct, Gethin? He had a bye into the second round?
He did. He has had a bit of time on the TV tables. Was here yesterday for the Banks event, the Bank Pool Masters, of which the semi-finals will be commencing after this match. So he's a bit used to the cloth out there, and the table is a day older now. But yeah, we haven't yet had a chance to see either of their breaks as of yet until this match. It'll be interesting to see if and when Shane comes to the table where he's been breaking from in our opening match. As Shea takes the opener, Eric, in our opening match, Moritz Neuhausen was second ball breaking, and I was saying to our colleague Ben Francis, I don't get to see that very often.
Well, you know what's funny? I've done 2 matches so far, and Roberto Gomez was also second ball breaking, and so was Skylar Woodward. And I did the World 8-Ball Championships last year in Vietnam, and 0 players had broken second ball. So, I mean, it's, you know, as with everything, there's 2 sides to the coin. I think you see in the Predator Pro Billiard Series with the 10-ball events, players breaking from the side rail when they'd normally break from the middle to kind of jam the rack up a little more if they don't make a ball. But to me, I think you have to take the gamble making a ball, playing 8-ball, because if you do make one, the run-up possibilities are so high. Of course, the flip of that is if you don't, then your opponent is high percentage to run out. The thing about that second ball break is that you want to be looking for balls to go into the bottom pockets. If you're breaking from the side rail, you're looking for the head ball to go on the side. The middle, you're looking for the balls in the second row to go back in the side. But if you can get that second ball break working and kind of putting balls into the bottom left or the bottom right, it can be effective. But another thing to consider is that the racks are going to be so much more jammed up, and if you're trying to put together 3 and 4 racks at a time, it's tough to do that, especially under a shot clock. Those racks are so much tougher. So I don't know. It's funny that you mention it, though.
Yeah, very interesting. As you just take a look at Shay there, this will be his second break. Good control of the cue ball on this first break.
Huge power. This is the one I like. 3 balls down.
3 solids.
So just one more thing about the second ball there. How did Moritz do breaking second ball?
Well, it didn't work out for him, and what it did do was it didn't give his the opportunity to his opponent to run out, but it didn't work out in his favor, and he didn't change at all during the match. Yeah, I find the second ball break for me works better on the smaller tables.
I agree.
On these tables, the consistency just doesn't seem to arrive. And yeah, the thing you pointed out is if you do dry break with a full down the center break, you do leave the opportunity for your opponent to break backs or run the rack. But so far, so good. He did give Shane a little look in the opening rack, but didn't leave him much by a little stroke of fortune, you'd have to say. But now he's made balls again, 3 solids on his break. Has taken stripes. And this will really get you feeling a bit more comfortable. We saw in the last match, Justin Bergman was sat in his chair for the opening 2 racks and came out of his chair to make 2 unforced errors. He was able to shake it off and won that match on the hill, but in this winner breaks format, Eric, if a player does get it working, it can make the scoreline look a bit dramatic.
Yeah, and never mind the second ball. There's been different types of breaks employed over the 3 times they've had the World 8-Ball Championships. Breaking square from the head string, from the side rail. Josh Filler won the tournament breaking from the back rail. Something for me about this power break from the side rail. That's how Shane Van Boning won the tournament in 2024. I think that's the one I would go with if I was able to hit it hard enough.
Well, Chen has broken both times. Yeah, he's broken both times from the right-hand side of the table as we look at it, from the side. And this, our first break and run, and it's all going Shay's way at the moment. And with the winner breaks format, Shane will remain in his chair. Just to bring you a couple of highlights, we have 18 winners round 1 matches underway. Over on table 1, we've got the current reigning champion Albin Ushan is taking on Christopher Tevez. And on table 3, bearing in mind 1, 2, 3, and 4, we are streaming to you live on Pro Billiard TV. Table 3, Pais Labutis from Lithuania is taking on Carlo Biado. And that should be an exciting matchup. And on table 4, Tyler Steyer is taking on the very enigmatic Naoki Oi. There are quite a few other big matches going on. We've got some huge names here. And we'll look to try and bring you updates as they start coming in thick and fast. Good crowd here. They did come, a big Bergman fan club, St. Louis hopeful. And it looks like quite a few of them have stayed and are now on the South Dakota kids corner. But I've got a feeling Shea is going to win a few fans over today.
Yeah, Bergman went through with an 8-7 win in his first match in the 8-ball, and he's down to the semifinals in the bank pool.
Yeah, he is. He takes on Fedor Gorst in his semi-final. The other one, Roberto Gomez, taking on the Scot Jason Short. That will be following on after this round of matches. Shade to break, leading 2 racks to 0.
Cross the rack this time. Big spread, but nothing down. A chance for Shane to get back in it. Yeah, I crossed it over. Not going to give as consistent results. Shane's going to take on an aggressive 3-ball combo here, opening the rack up immediately. He's got it.
Oh, and played it with just enough pace to pop the 1-ball back out. It looked like if he'd have played it a bit softer, he could have put that one into trouble. Now it's just the 2 that's a bit wrapped up next to the 9-ball there.
Yeah, if it does pass in the top right, it'll make the run out a lot easier. Looks like it has room past the 4 if he needs it. Could also go into it now. It's playing a little to the left of it, actually.
In our last match, I was having a chat with Ben Francis, our colleague Eric, and I mentioned that when I was growing up, traditionally, we considered the Americans just so strong in the rotation game. It was a bit missed, their prowess in the 8-ball, and he bounced back with, he thinks Shane Van Bonen's one of the best 8-ball players in the world. I have to agree with him. I grew up watching him running 9-ball racks for fun.
Yeah, well, there just wasn't a World 8-ball Championship for 10 years, but if you look at his dominance in the U.S. Open 8-ball, I mean, I believe he's won about 5 of them. Does very well on the bar table when he does rarely play the game. You know, growing up on the 7-foots in North America, it really teaches you tight patterns, so you've got to be very precise with the cue ball. And that's what 8-ball is all about.
He's just having a look at the 2 in the side pocket. That's not a bad key ball for him, if he can finish pretty much where he is now. Both pockets at the bottom of the table available for the 8-ball. Not a bad response, Eric.
Nice. Picked out a tough one on the opener. Textbook from there.
Absolutely, and that will give us our first opportunity to see the SVB break. As we just look, here he is, focused. Was looking a little bit tired at the end of the day yesterday. It was a long day for the players in the Banks event. Hopefully well rested and raring to go. And for our viewers just wondering what's coming up, if you want to just keep track of matches, fixtures, schedules, times, table numbers, please do visit probilliardseries.com, where you can get all the information. And if you were just wondering, we have 4 events running here. The Banks has already kicked off, as this is the World 8-Ball Championships right now, but tomorrow we'll have the Seyberts Women's Open kicking off and the Poison Mixed Doubles event. There's going to be a lot more fun action for you. And as always, we will continue to bring you 4 live stream tables free of charge. Please do like, share and subscribe. Shane Van Boning for his first break in this match race to 8.
Oh, good. Seen Josh Filler and Mortz Newhausen use that style of break in the Pro Billiard Series, playing 10 ball, kind of going into the bed of the table a little bit. Can hit it with a little more power that way. It's kind of in between, going right from the middle and the side rail. Only thing there is you're not going to make the head ball as often. Let's see how it develops here.
It looks like where the cue balls landed for Shea, he really is bereft of options. He's got the stripe into the right side pocket, but it looked like it was too close to that strike ball to consider either of the solids.
Yeah, he's going to have to find a way to get back to the 11 here on the stripe run out. It has the smallest window where it's available into the right middle. I think he'd favor a breakout play over that.
And I'm looking around, Eric. There's nothing immediately jumping out of me that he could look to play off of to get into them. I'm just wondering if he has the angle now.
Yeah, off the 10 I think it's going to work. Yeah. There it is.
Oh, he's made... That probably couldn't turned out any better for the gentleman there. The 8's available, both stripes available, and has left shape quite nicely on the 15. Yeah, I was with you, Eric. It looked like there was a small window for it, but to find that window for where his other balls were positioned was just a bit stretched too far. And now finds himself in great position to extend his lead again.
Has that natural timing that a lot of Chinese Taipei players have. Reminiscent of Ko Ping Chung.
Yeah, some very strong players from there. Did well in the World Teams event recently. And he's picked these off very well, especially that developing shot to open up the 11. And a well-deserved round of applause. Takes the lead to 3-1 in this race to 8. And having a little look around at the table, on the other tables, we'll try and bring you some interesting updates if and when they come up. It looks like Gregory Hoag, one of the US hopefuls, is 2-1 up on FSR. And Marco Spitsky of Germany locked at 3 apiece with Misko Fortunski. And Jason Shaw just in the lead 2-1. He's taking on Wojciech Szewczak from Poland. And the match on table 4 between Tyler Steyer and Naoki Oi has kicked off. They're at 1 apiece. Again, ProBilliardSeries.com if you want to keep the scores live. Keep that in the background on your screen.
Yeah, Sean
Shea.
Szewczak, that's a big matchup early on. Crossed it over again, but got a ball down this time.
Probably.
Salts have separated nicely.
Yeah, this looks like one of the best breaks yet from him. Making balls much better spread. I have to say, you mentioned the Shaw match being a thriller. I'll come back to what I said before. When I saw this matchup, I really thought this would be a good test for both players. Shea, with the home crowd potentially a little bit against him as well, seems to just bring him out of his shell a little bit. Yeah, and as I mentioned, really good spread off the break, Eric, and every ball looking like it's got its own pocket and not too much to do here.
Yeah, he's good here. Middle of the table, wide open. No breakouts needed.
Yeah, something Ben and I were reflecting on in the last match with the winner break format. Players are not too daunted when their opponent takes a couple of frames advantage. Especially when their breaks are working. They do feel like they've got the confidence to always be in it. That belief was personified by Justin Bergman in the last match on this table. And really made, once his break was working, everything just started to come together for the man. And it looks like Shea's break is working wonders for him in this match.
Yeah, 2 out of 4 break-in runs now. Took advantage of Shane's dry break, so just the one mistake from Van Boning in rack number 1, and that's all it's been between them. But it's added up to a 4-1 scoreline for Chen now.
Yeah, and the difficulty when you're break and running for your opponent is they're sat in their chair with no ability to take control of the match. As we bring the stats up so far, 0 break success for Shane. He's only had 1. And Shea sitting at 944 in the player overall performance. So early doors, good signs for the Chinese Taipei player. And Shane will just be looking to get back to the table and start to assert a bit of dominance in this match. Otherwise, Eric, Shea could start to run away with this, especially with that break.
Yeah, that balls pocketed per inning number is the highest I've seen. Most I've seen full matches where players are under 4, and I predicted that to win the tournament you'd have to be around 6, and that's where he's at right now.
Well, Che Chen back to the table. Shane sat in his chair. Shay leading 4 racks to 1, race to 8.
Nine ball drops last minute, and a wide open rack again.
Yeah, squeezed past the 6 into the bottom right pocket.
Thirteen's going to be the toughest stripe for Shay. Can't go solids if he likes. Looks like he is. Just wondering how the 4-7 are kind of next to each other. They're not available in the bottom left. But I would say likely they're available in the bottom right if he did choose solids here.
Yeah, it's a
move
little
the
bit
6
tricky
first
looking.
before he gets at those.
As you can see from that angle, it looks a bit tight for the 4. I'm just wondering how much he'll be able to see of the 7, but like you rightly said, if the 6 is in the way, it doesn't really matter.
I think he must be considering taking the 7 up to the top left. Just to open up the 4. If he's able to run into them here, that'll work too. Does get into them.
Very nice. Yeah, I like coming off the short rail. It just increased the chances that he would always be left on the 6. He's looking very dialed in, Eric. You have to give Shay that. So taking the 4 first into the side pocket. Pretty straight on the 6. Nicely done. And he's had a good look at the 3, Eric. He's chosen where he wants to put the cue ball off this 7.
Yeah, this is one of the strongest performances I've seen so far. It is the strongest for sure.
Yeah.
Shane's gonna have to first wait for his chance and then come back with some offensive prowess of his own here. We are playing down to a final 32 redraw, so the loser of this match will still have a chance on the loser side. But I believe it'd be about 3 matches to get back to the redraw for the loser of this one. The winner will have 2 chances to get into the final 32.
Well, Shay Chia-Chen looking to avoid that possibility of coming the longer route, and he's doing exactly what he needs to do. Currently leading now 5 racks to 1 in this race to 8. And as you mentioned, with the losers round, and there is 96 players in this tournament. $300,000 in the prize pot. And, well, that's a tidy sum to be divvied around. I'm just confusing myself, Eric, for the first prize. It was 15 in the banks. I think it's 50, or is it 90?
90,000 in the 8 ball.
It's 90,
Huge
yeah.
For its prize. Yeah.
That's brought the world's best here to St. Louis, and you can see the crowd in the background. If there are any viewers that are local and fancy coming down to watch some of the action live, it's free to come and watch. You can get to meet the players and maybe even get a couple of autographs. More importantly for us and our viewers at home, it's free to watch too. Shea to break, leading 5-1. Nothing Shane can do, sat in his chair.
Ball's going in immediately again, but the cue ball's in this time. So Shane's going to have his chance here. Kicked all the way up into the top right.
Just asking a question to Taube there. I think he was asking if he had to play forwards.
Yeah, or where the cue ball had to start. Yeah. WPA rules, behind the line, shoot a ball in front of the line. First time he's been faced with this scenario in this tournament. Just making sure.
Well, there's a couple of balls made off the break, Eric. Quite a decent spread, but Shane isn't looking immediately convinced. What's bothering him? Is it the two solids? No, it can't be.
Yeah, it's the 11-3 over on the right side. He's going to have to get good on the 9 at some point, or even below it onto the 11 will work here, and this is a good pattern. He's overhit it though. Look out, he's going to have to get back to that zone now off these last 3 stripes. You know, it's tough, obviously, Gethin, when you're sitting there for 30 minutes watching your opponent shoot, and you have to come up with these tight position shots. Not going to feel the same as if you're at the table for longer periods. Oh, he's misfired.
Yeah, and I think you made the key point at the right time there, Eric. When you're sat in your chair for that long, you just don't have the same feel as if you've just been running the last few racks. And you've got to think that that's contributed to that mistake. Does the 4 pass the 10? From the overhead, it looks rather tight. If it doesn't, Shea's going to need to do something about it. That was a pretty
Taking care
shot.
of one problem. Yeah, perfectly played. Right on the 3. Leads him into the 5. 4 doesn't pass the 10. He still has room up the left side. He'll take a thinner cut on the 4.
Yeah, if he does like that thinner cut, he can finish straight on the one and just run down through. But it then will leave that as his key ball.
Yeah, if he's drawing around the 11 here, it must go. So a chance for Chen to get closer to the finish line and back on offense immediately.
Ooh. Well,
Yeah.
he is human, Eric.
Yeah, first missed ball of the match, first failed run-out attempt. Possibly just seeing the finish line. I mean, the ball was missable regardless. It was a thin one. Had to take care of the cue ball. We'll see what Shane can do with this.
Yeah, he didn't really fancy wanting to take that on with the angle he had for the cue ball. I think he was forced into it. He's come out of it okay. A long 12 here. And if he wants to start getting back into this match, this is the right time to do it. No unforced errors required. And if he can take this one, Eric, and gets a good break in the next rack, he could start to build the momentum that he really requires. Nice applause from the crowd as Shane gets 2 on the board. Now trails 5 racks to 2. Little bit of look of shock or surprise on him. But he will get the break in this winner breaks format. And just having a quick look out across the arena, we already have a result in. Jonas Suto, island boy from Ibiza in the Mediterranean, has won 8-0 on Dominic Yastrazab. That is a formidable result. He did not hang about by the looks of it, Eric.
Yeah, must have been a bunch of breaking runs in that one.
Well, it looks like Christopher Tevez is now leading Albin Ushan, the reigning champion, 4-3. The player from Peru, putting in a great performance by the looks of it. And Skylar Woodward is 5-1 up over Oliver Solnocki. Skylar having fun yesterday in the banks, and now is really looking to do some damage in this 8-ball World Championships. His fellow countryman Shane Van Boning at the table, looking to do just that as well. Trailing 5 racks to 2, and is making balls off the break, Eric.
Yeah, that's the one he used to win the World 8-Ball Championships when he won. He had the head ball going. Good power, kind of just powering through the rack. And if he can get that going, he's one of the most dangerous players in the field, no doubt. He'll stack of
So
balls on
far.
the right long rail. 113. Just trying to figure out that problem.
Stripes the call.
10 here, opening up to 13 early. Ideally, would like to get into the top side of the 1, just as he pointed there. Doesn't want the cue ball to end up below the breakout area.
Oh, yeah.
Not ideal. Can still cut the 13 in.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't run back into the traffic and can stay above it. Which he's done. Where's the cue ball going to stop? Look like a friendly bump, Eric.
Yeah, choice of 11 or 15 now. Has to consider how he's going to get back for the 8. 9 ball has to be played from a pretty tight position over on the right long rail.
So it will be the 12 ball required to get shape on the 8. And this is exactly what SVB needs to do in response to the scoreline. And after being sat in his chair for quite a bit, Eric, Shane's now had 2 good run-outs and must be feeling the arm is getting back dialed in.
Perfect on the 8.
Lovely. Lovely. And a well-deserved round of applause from the crowd. Shane Van Boning brings the scoreline back to 5-3, and it's now Shay's turn to be fixed in his chair. Shay needs to keep going with getting fortune from the break. And you mentioned, Eric, he's breaking in the last one was reminiscent of what won him that championship. Maybe it's just starting to work now.
Yeah, he did something odd that year too, where he added an extension on the back of his breaker. I don't see an extension out this year. But I think the thought was to get even more power through the rack. It's tough to swing a full cue like that with an extension fast enough, but he has such good form that he was able to do it.
He's waiting patiently for Gatis Taube from Riga, Latvia to rack these up. Gatis, I believe, is the founder of the Latvian Pool League, or certainly a division over there.
Yeah, I think he has it back on again. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no.
I think he has the extension back on and he's using his playing cue. Weird. He does, for sure.
And this good spot, Eric. However, Shay is out of his chair with options.
Well, and the other thing about that too is that he used his normal break cue to start the match. Players are just doing whatever they can to try to figure out this hand rack 8-ball situation.
Yeah, indeed. It was a good topic of conversation when Neuhausen was second ball breaking. Now, you've mentioned 2 other players are at it. Clearly, they're all having their own efforts at working out the break. I have to say, Shay's been doing very well, though, compared to the earlier matches.
Yeah, I like how he's hitting them. It's off the mark here. But just one last thing to add to what Shane's doing is he's breaking with his playing tip then. Like, you would think you would want to create more power with some kind of phenolic-based tip or a harder tip with your breaker. I'd be surprised if he sticks with that strategy throughout the whole tournament, but we'll see.
Well, in Shay not making the combination, it has made Shane's decision a lot easier here. Stripes of the call. This would be quite a good reprieve for him from his dry break. Didn't think he was going to be back to the table this soon.
And in open table play, there's no one you'd rather see or have figuring out the patterns. Bit of distance here.
Well, that's the stripes from the top half of the table dealt with. 4 remaining in the bottom half of the table, and as you said, a longer 12, but not any difficulty at all.
Gonna consider taking the 11 into the left middle. He's going to come all the way around them, just avoiding the side pockets.
Yeah, I think he was even playing for the 11, just didn't have enough on the cue ball. Nicely navigated. Can now look to play for the 13 into the right side pocket. Well, it's not been as clean cut for Shane, but the scoreline is coming back. And this 8 to bring the scoreline back to 5-4. I'm sure the statistics will tell us that Shay has been having the better of play, but that will be of no concern to Shane as he makes this 8. Crowd applauding the effort. The scoreline 5-4. Shane with the break. Not been getting the better of them though, by all accounts. However, Eric, this is now starting to brew up very nicely.
Yeah, Shane started off real strong. 3 break-and runs in the first 5 games that he won, and a run out off Shane's. A couple mistakes in the last 2 games where could have really made a good push towards the end of the match, and call it about even now with Shane breaking in rack number 10.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment, Eric, indeed. Just having a little look out over the other tables. Any scorelines jumping out? Yep. Christopher Tevez is now 5-3 up on our reigning champion Albin Ushan. And Eklund Kachi is being held 2-2 with the very dangerous Hubert Lepotko, and that's turning into a bit of a thriller as well. There are some great matches out there. And following on from this winner's first round, we will move to the Bank Pool Master event. The semi-finals will be kicking off on this and table one. There will be Roberto Gomez taking on Jason Shaw and Justin Bergman taking on Fedor Gorst. So stay tuned throughout today. Shane Van Boning to break. Now only trails one rack.
Went with the playing cue again. Nothing down again. Unless one slid in, he's still at the table. It did. Yeah, but you can see, like, he's just at the table with his playing cue there. Interesting.
Yeah, that 9 doesn't pass either. Not many options for the South Dakota kid out there, Eric.
Start with the 10 if he likes. Does want the 9 to pass the 12 ideally.
Yeah, if he takes the 10 on the cue ball's going to be running somewhere up towards that 5 ball.
Looking at going 10, 11 and into the breakout area. Or 5, 6 into the breakout. Just trying to draw that ball more.
Yeah, he's now going to have to try and do it from the 1. Well, the 4 ball is his consideration. Oh. Great position play. Does he have the angle he wanted? I think he does.
Yeah, 4 doesn't pass into the top right, so it has to be moved here.
I think he was looking at an angle of running off the long rail into the 9. If he can hit the 9 flush in the face, that wouldn't be too bad a result for him either. Oh, that's what he tried.
Still has the 4 into the top left. He knows how tough this one is, though. Match riding here. Might have to go on the side, which is even tougher. Not there. And a break for Chen.
Yeah, that is a break. And with Shane doing all that hard work, there's not really any traffic in the way for him. Just needs to pick the right pattern. I have to say, Eric, I did have a feeling when this match came up that this was going to be not only a tough encounter for Shane, but a great opportunity for Chen. These are the sort of challenges you want to see these players rise to. And even though it looked like he was starting to run away with it against Shane, this is turning into a real nice tough encounter and a good battle. And that will do should be able to play a stop shot off the 9. He's not going to let Shane take the lead, is he, Eric? Not yet.
And only 2 games to go, and the breaking advantage back to Chen now. Put together 2 racks to open the set.
And that 8-ball, as you said, Eric, takes him 2 from the win. He's now up to 6. The score's 6-4. More importantly, gets the advantage with the break back. And out on our other tables, Carlo Biado was 7-1 up on Bias Labutis. Looks like Labutis has just pulled one back. That's now moved to 7-2. Jason Shaw, 5-2 up on Wojciech Shevchek. And here's an interesting lineup. Kasper Kappa-Matikainen is 7-1 up against Gangbol Gonzorech. And I have to say, I've not seen Ganho play before. Gentleman from Mongolia certainly has travelled to get here.
Yeah, good to see players from all over the world represented, part of the WPA mandate. There's representation from all national associations.
I have to say, if I ever do get the pleasure of visiting Mongolia, his local pool hall will be on my list. I'd love to play pool in Mongolia. So, Gatis, our referee, just taking a bit of extra care, wanting to ensure gets it perfect every time. Shea to break, leading 6 racks to 4 in this race to 8.
Free ball's the only ball that can save him. It hasn't. So another chance for Shane here.
It sounded good, Eric. It looked good, Eric, but nothing dropped.
Yeah, good square hit. Really hit it how he wanted. Shane up quickly here.
Yeah, he wanted an angle off this red 3 to create a little bit of magic down here with this cluster at the bottom right of the table. He's done that. Oh, and that's turned out very well.
Yeah, he's wide open here now.
Yeah.
Just have to mind your
Drawback.
patterns in 8-ball. So many balls on the table that if you start getting out of line a little bit, funny things can happen.
He's just having a look at that 7. Does he want the 7 as his final ball? Or does he want to get rid of it now?
He's gonna stick on it now. Nice last 4-2 in fact. If that's what he wants. He's kind of in between here.
It's a little bit acute. It's always going to be there for his final ball if he wants it. have to say, Eric, neither player showing any emotion or are feeling the nerves, and this is the moment in the match where you would expect them to start to show, but both Shay and Shane have just looked ultra composed at the table.
Yeah, you can see the focus in his eyes there.
Really important 8-ball for Shane Van Boning. Brings the scoreline back to 6-5. Prevents his opponent getting to the hill. Also, he'll have the break. And difficult to say that the advantage is maybe swinging back towards Shane. It's a bit difficult to say. Maybe the stats may tell a different story. Having a look out back across the table. Yep, Kasper Matikainen, 8-1 win over Ganbold. And Naoki Oi is leading 4-2 against Tyler Steyer over on our stream table 4. And Stefan Kasper, who's always one to watch for from Germany, always a strong performer, 4-3 up against the Finn Valtteri Vatanen. And yeah, Skylar Woodward has extended his lead over Oliver Zolnocki. 6-2 is the score there. This is the winner's round 1. It's double elimination. As you mentioned, Eric, 3 extra games if you move into the loser's bracket to have to get through. So both players keen to stay in the winner's side of this event. And difficult to pick anything between them here, Eric.
Yeah, I think these last 4 games are going to come down to a lot on the break. Shane cutting this one. I don't know if he was trying to. Likely if he missed it by that much. And he's got a ball down.
Yeah, they didn't look the cleanest of breaks, Eric, but the one did drop very quickly. The 4-11 is a little tricky over on the right-hand long rail.
Ideally, you'd want the cube be able to shoot the 3 and the cue ball be running into the 13 right off the bat, but I think it's running a little too far to the left of it.
Yeah, I think so too.
Only other thing you could do there is go off the 7 and then into the 4-13, but that's risky.
You feel because where the 4 is, it's got to be solids.
One, then 5 can get him back into the proper angle on the 3.
Good group of fans, young and old here. Yeah, he really didn't want to take that 5. He was always beelining for the 1 or the 2. Couldn't see the 2. Now he's got an angle on this 5. Will it be the right angle? If he can come around and just miss the 4. Oh, he took a chunk of the 4.
Doesn't end up good.
Bit of a smile.
Yeah, he's forced into banking at the 2 here. He did compete in the bank shootout, so he's shot a lot of banks so far this week.
Yeah, they've certainly cut their teeth on these rails.
He's good.
Point in question. Oh, the cue ball's run on a bit. I actually thought he was pretty set to be on the red 3 next, but that cue ball just kept rolling, kept rolling. Does the 3 go into the side pocket? Clearly not.
And he can run into the 8, ideally with the cue ball off the 4. Well, he's scrambling a bit. Still alive here.
Wouldn't mind a little rub on the 7 to hold the cue ball here. He's looking a bit worried about the shot clock.
Definitely, this is where it gets tough.
Oh.
Does the 6 pass the 12? I believe it does. Or the ball on the bottom rail, the 15?
God, how'd you fancy taking this 6 on and playing that cue ball dead weight to hold for the 7 into the top left?
Had to slow roll
That's
it.
the pace.
Come back to the pocket. It is.
That was a big shot by all accounts, Eric.
Yeah, a bit of cut-induced throw at the end there. Looked like he was going to overcut, but induce back into the pocket. And he's through the rack, Gethin. Wow.
God, I think I'm feeling the nerves more than he visibly is. And that gets the biggest clap of the day so far. Shane has brought the scoreline back through sheer determination and some quality play against a very informed Shea Chia Chen. And, well, this is now a race to 2, Eric. And you firmly would say now advantage with Shane, him having the break. However, if he doesn't win this rack, Shea will be on the hill with the break. So there could be another twist yet to come.
Yeah, Shane's used 3 different breaks in this match. He went from the bed of the table, a little bit inwards, went over all the way to the side rail and hit them square. And on the last one, was over on the side rail and cut them. He was successful in the last one, so I can expect them to do the same here. He used to break with his playing cue back in the day, like 15 years ago. And finally to the point where he just wore that cue out because he broke with it so much. I think he made a post. He said, goodbye to my cue or whatever. Played with it for a long time.
We have an old school tournament. As we watch Shane break. Oh yeah. It's 2 balls down. We have an old school tournament here in the Netherlands, Eric, and you have to break with your playing cue. And if you want to play a jump shot, you have to use your playing cue as well.
Interesting.
Now, that could be the most pivotal, or rather, pivotal break of the match for Shane so far. He's got a good spread. That 9 looks a little bit tricky where the 7-4 is positioned. Will that force Shane into a decision here?
I mean, I don't mean to go on about it too much, but this is where it gets a little awkward for me, is now he's keeping the extension on the back, and other times he took it off after the break. I don't know, just noticing little things. I'm just kind of wondering why.
That's good. Good to observe things like that and pick up on them. It's the sort of things I do like to talk with the players about after matches. We don't get to understand the internal battles and decision making that goes through these players' minds.
Yes, he
Not
took
normally.
it off now. Because he was on
I think
because he was on the rail, probably. Yeah, just trying to keep the weight going forward when he's on the rail.
Great shot.
Good here, Gethin. Yeah.
That took the 5 not only out of trouble, it's laid it up beautifully over the top right pocket. And it's really now about Shane's choice of which ball he wants to use to get shape on the 8. My better judgment says get rid of the 6 now.
Yeah, it's down there by itself. Going to be very little cue ball movement in the last 3 shots if he takes the balls at the top end last. And this is a strong comeback from Van Boning. Chen did make 2 mistakes. One missed pocketing shot and one missed combo. But really, Shane's been flawless almost the whole match. Just got into a deficit because Chen was so aggressive at the beginning.
Yeah, Chen really put himself in such a good position in this match. Really did ask a few questions of SVB, and if you were to have joined this match 45 minutes ago, you would have been a fool to think that it would be Shane getting on the hill first in this match, but it looks very much like this is going to be the case, and he will retain the break. What a turnaround. Great play by SVP here.
This American
few
crowd's
smiles.
going to be behind him this week, too.
Yeah, indeed. And I've got a big feeling that this crowd is going to remain here for our next match. There'll be a lot looking to support the local hopeful Justin Bergman, who will be taking on the formidable Fedor Gorst in one of our 2 Bank Pool Master semi-finals coming up after this match. The other semi-final, Roberto Gomez taking on Jason Shaw. Jason currently in action. He is 6-2 up over the difficult Polish player Wojciech Szewczak. And look at the stats there. Well, look how Shane has just put the numbers on the board. Balls pocketed, shot up to 5.3.
Yeah, definitely putting some racks together now. Break success up to 67%, 2/3 of the time. Those are the kind of numbers that are going to win the tournament. Chen's still got a chance here. Just waiting for his turn back at the table.
Yeah, if I was Chen right now, I wouldn't be too dismayed at all. He has played some fantastic pool. You even mentioned probably some of the most solid pool we've seen yet in this World Men's 8-Ball Championship. But it doesn't matter. It's the score that matters, Eric.
Yeah, Shane had to play real well to come back. He's got the match in his hands now. Yeah, he's going with the cut break. He's got the head ball down again. That first ball goes in so quickly, Gethin, you can't even see it sometimes. But he's taking that head ball nicely.
Some strong players looking from the eaves there. Carlo Biado looking on, along with David Arcada. got a feeling Carlo and David are going to be playing in the Poison Mixed Doubles, which kicks off tomorrow, along with the Seyberts Women's Open. But they're all having a little look over the shoulders at this match. And I have to say, Eric, I don't blame them. This is, wow, up there with one of the most exciting matches of the day.
Yeah, match of the tournament so far. The 10 does pass into the bottom right. Shane's just knowing that the cue ball will have to run into the 1 or the 8, even if he does pocket it directly. So I think he's going to go into them here. He's got it open.
He has. Still needs to find a way down to it, Eric, but that was a very useful shot developing the 10.
He can use the 15, but he'll have to land directly between the 2-4.
I think that's what he's picked up on, Eric. Good spot.
Yeah, the
Or
window
maybe
between the 2-4 will give him some angle on the 10 too, but he is going to go take the 15 earlier here. Try to get on it now.
Oh, that's
13's gonna
tight.
make the position. It is. Yeah, I think he does have it though. No, he doesn't. Gotta go combo now. Gonna have to work his way back towards the 10.
Whoa. Gotta be very careful with the cue ball here.
Oh, he doesn't want that ball to go in, and it has. Wow, breakdown in the run out here for Van Boning. And his only shot is to kick this ball in somehow. And we're likely going to the hill here.
Wow. What a turnaround. If that second ball hadn't have dropped, Shane would have had a good look at taking the match at this visit. He's made contact with the 10. Where's the cue ball? Ooh. Shane didn't even want to turn around and look back. I think he had already resigned himself to the scratch. But what a chance for Shea here. He's got to take this opportunity now. And we'll be in for a hill thriller.
Yeah, that 13 was a decent amount ways away from the pocket, and it was a little off angle too. The first ball follows in more often when you're kind of cutting it directly at it. It's like he had to hit the center of the angle kind of to the right of the 13. But we've all done it, Gethin. I mean, those spots where you're not trying to make both and just get caught.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just felt like there was someone putting their hand over the table saying, not quite yet, Shane. We need a hill for the viewers at home and for the crowd in the background there. This is also a good test of Shea's composure. Can't have been easy to have been sat in your chair watching one of the world's best chip away at the lead that you'd put in so much effort to get. He would really like to come out of this match with rich rewards. be able just to stun the cue ball here. No, I think he's got too much of an angle. Comes around. Looking good, Eric.
Yeah, he's good here. Just a decision whether he wants to get back for the 8 in the corner or take the 8 in the right middle. It's out in the open enough that nothing wrong with taking it in the side here.
Bounce. Ooh. Cue ball didn't take as much of a bounce as he'd hoped, and these side pockets are not forgiving. Not a problem for Shea Chia Chen. And we have ourselves a hill thriller showdown on table 2. And it will be Chen to break. So, how quickly the advantage could have turned.
Yeah, first hill match that we've seen on the stream, I believe.
Certainly, yeah. Indeed. It looks like
Bergman.
we have a hill over in the match between Christopher Tevez and Albin Ushan. That's 7-7. And also Marco Spitzky of Germany, 7-7 against Misko Fortunski. So it's all happening out there at the moment, Eric.
Yeah, well, I mean, fact is there's 50 real contenders out of the 96 players, even more. Really strong field. And they're starting to clash early already.
Shea just 5 balls behind in the total balls pocketed. He will not care about that. He will care about the fact he gets down to break in this deciding rack.
The 2 ball slides in last minute. He's got the 13 down as well, and the rack's looking decent. Looks like the 4 passes into the bottom right. If it does, I think he's going to favor solids here, and Shane knows it.
I have to say, I think that's one of the most powerful breaks he's made of the day. It did look initially like it was going to just run dry, but as you spotted, the 2 and a stripe. And even though that 4 is locked up against the 13, it goes to the bottom right.
Yeah, he can even take it last if the cue ball's moving to the... in any way where he can get on the 5 here. It's just a 5-3-6-7 finish, or a 5-3-6-4 finish. Looks like he is going to take the 5. He's there, Gethin. One last
Oh,
pot
I
on the
know.
5 here.
I'm a bit scared of the commentator's curse, so I have gone a little bit quiet over here, Eric. However, this is looking as promising as it could be for the Chinese Taipei player here. And what a
Has
scalp.
slightly too much angle to hold comfortably for the 3, but he's going to try to dig into it here. Got it.
He has 6-4, the key shot for him here. Well, this chap has shown great resilience and good patience. Many players would have crumbled at the threat of Shane Van Boning tearing into your lead and getting to the hill first, but Shay stuck in there, Eric, and now there's 4 and 8 to have taken what would be for him, I'm sure, a very memorable win in this winners round 1 matchup.
Yeah, very high quality of play from both players in this match.
And there you have it, a well-earned round of applause. The home crowd, I'm sure, would have been wanting to be cheering for Shane Van Boning there, but after a valiant effort from both players and a hill thriller, Shea Chia Chen has taken the win and will progress through. Shane Van Boning will move through to the losers bracket. The remainder matches in these winners round 1 will kick off our play tomorrow. And coming up next here on table 1 and table 2, we will kick off the Bank Pool Masters semi-finals. Roberto Gomez taking on Jason Shaw, and Justin Bergman taking on Fedor Gorst. If you do like, share and subscribe to the Pro Billiard feed, you can set your notifications for their matches coming up. And a big thank you to you all for joining, and an extended thank you to my colleague Eric Horlifson. It's been a pleasure. My name is Gethin Davis, and we look forward to having you all back in very shortly for the Bank Pool Masters semi-finals. Don't go anywhere.
it to the final four of our Bank Pool Masters Showdown. We started with 16 of the greatest bankers on the planet. And yeah, we are down to the final four. $50,000 purse on the line. In Arena 2, it will be the Superman, Roberto Gomez, taking on Jason Eagle Eye Shaw. Here in Arena 1,
That's good to me.
And the Iceberg, Justin Bergman. We'll find out which two will be moving on, facing off in the championship, set to kick off at 7:30. We'll get things kicked off here in 15 minutes to opening break.
Kate, talk to you in a bit, Ben.
Bergman and Gorst on Arena 2. April Fool's one-day roll. I just want to see everybody start to scramble. We're just 10 minutes away from post time, and you can remind all your friends that wish they could be here, want to watch at home. You can get it free live on YouTube. Just go to Pro Billiards TV on YouTube and follow it there for the entire series, 8 different stops around the world in Pro Billiards TV on YouTube. 9 minutes away to open the room.
What a world shot. Look at that.
Welcome, pool fans, back inside Arena 1, just off the banks of the mighty Mississippi in the shadow of the St. Louis Arch. This is stop 2 of the 2026 Predator Pro Billiard Series. We have 8 stops worldwide, and we've already begun a jam-packed week of world-class pool. We have the Women's Open coming up, along with our Mixed Doubles Championship, and of course, we just kicked off the 2026 Yalin WPA Men's 8-Ball World Championship. And to follow it all, just go to ProBilliardsSeries.com. Again, ProBilliardsSeries.com to follow it all. Now, here in St. Louis, we added a special event. We gathered 16 of the greatest bankers in the entire world, and it's the Bank Pool Masters Showdown. And ladies and gentlemen, we have made it to the Final Four. We have a $50,000 purse on the line, and only 2 are going to be moving on to play in the finals coming up at 7:30. It's time to find out who. St. Louis, you guys excited? Let's get to it, and let's introduce you to the semifinalists. First up in Arena 2, he's from Zamboanga in the Philippines, the Superman. Make some noise for Roberto Gomez. And his opponent is from Glasgow, Scotland. He's the Eagle Eye, Jason Shaw. And back here in Arena 1 from St. Louis, Missouri, the Iceberg, Justin Bergman. And his opponent is an international athlete, the Ghost, Fedor Gorst. It's a race to 3 and sending it to the Predator commentary booth.
Hello and welcome to the Predator Pro Billiards Series St. Louis. We're down to the Final 4 in the Bank Pool Masters Showdown. 16 players started, 16 of the best bankers in the world. And we have a race to 3 semifinal matchup between Jason Shaw and Roberto Gomez. This is Eric Corlison, joined by Ben Francis. Ready for some banking, Ben?
Am I ever? Been looking forward to this one all day. Quite the semifinal matchups we have, and Roberto Gomez going to do battle with Jason Shaw here on table 2. Should be a good one. Both these players playing super strong, and I think they matched up before in this event. Correct me if I'm wrong, Eric.
They did. I was just checking that. I'm going to double check the score here. Gomez won 3-0 in the first round against John Mora. In the winner's qualification match, he won 3-1 against Jason Shaw. So they do have history in this event. Shaw won 3-1 in round 1 over Billy Thorpe. And won the loser's qualification match 3-2 against Skylar Woodward.
Nothing easy out there. Field of champions at this event. Roberto with the first break. Only a race to 3. Match can go really, really quick sometimes.
Three ball almost finds a pocket, but dry on the first break for Gomez. Cue ball's kind of surrounded. See what kind of options Shaw has here.
Maybe just a 4 ball.
both going to be playing back towards the 3-2-7, so possible big shot here right out of the gate.
Chance to get position on the next ball.
He's got it.
And he does have all kinds of options from over here.
Highest run I've seen so far in the tournament has been 3 balls. Kind of surprising considering caliber of the field.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Eric, I think on table 1 they had a 6-ball run by Feder.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. The Feder and Filler match, which Feder lost, but he's come back through the 1 loss. Earned himself a chance at the final.
It's a chance for a lot here, and he's on 3 already. Looks like he's blocked himself at the top end of the table.
He doesn't have a high percentage one now, so 3 might be it, but a good start.
Pinking into 4 1/8 inch pockets, and like you said, short on the short side as far as race length goes. Both players will be pretty tight on the percentages. $15,000 to the winner up for grabs. Both players in the semifinals on $5,000 right now.
Pretty great payout. I mean, $15,000 for a little 2-day tournament. What's wrong with that? Yeah, it looks like here, Eric, both semifinalists going to take home $4,500. Semifinal, sorry, runner-up rather, $9,000, and the champion $15,000. Good defense here, but he has left half a shot at this 2, maybe leaving the cue ball sort of underneath the 9 as a safe.
We're going to want that double kiss, and how's it going to end up on the 8? It looks okay for the 8. But cue ball in danger here. 2 rails maybe for Shaw back in the bottom right. Cross at 1 rail. I feel like the 2 railer kind of lies close to dead. Surprised he's crossing it, but a bit of a bigger pocket going this way.
Yeah, I was with you on that. I think the 2 railer looked good, but saw something he didn't like about it. Straight back, he goes for it. It's right in the heart. What a great shot. Roberto's on the board.
Has the 6 to the top right, but the cue ball is going to be in big danger. He's going to cross it over. Still feel like it's going to be tough to free the cue ball up from danger on that shot. We saw this in some earlier rounds with Gomez. He's more on the offensive side. Not afraid to leave half position in certain spots.
Yeah, certainly on the more offensive side than the other players in the field, I think.
got tempted into one there.
Yeah, that ball never turned over. Just went straight.
Yeah. Couldn't have got much closer to the opposite side pocket. Still didn't go.
Three ball lays good here, and he might get some position, run a couple.
Wow, he cannot come any closer than that.
That
He's
really
left
showed
here.
how tight these side pockets are. Yeah, and he's left to 8. Looks pretty good. Back to where he's standing.
It's down, and he's on the hill now in game number 1. Nothing easy here. Safe all the way on that one. Speed's pretty good.
Yeah, very much about the cue ball up to the top rail, and he's done well. Get it nice and close, going to limit a lot of Roberto's options.
Shaw with a little less experience than these other players playing banks, but he's so talented and shoots so straight. Has good creativity as well. So a lot of the skills that involve being a good banker lend well to his style of play. For the win
Yeah,
here in
certainly
game
one of
number
the
1.
more of the underrated players in the field, I would think, Eric, but super at banking, as he's putting on display here. What a shot that is, too.
Yeah, really only one failed attempt in the whole rack. Gets down in about 4 innings.
And I know we didn't really get to see it there at the end of that shot, but his cue ball was right on the top rail again as a good two-way. Not only is he firing in the banks, but he's got good control of the cue ball too.
Hometown favorite Justin Bergman over on table 1 with Fedor Gorst. See Albin Ocean in the crowd there. Made it to the quarterfinals. Surprised a few players in this bank event. And Darren Appleton over for the World 8-Ball Championships. Albin, the defending champion on the 8-ball side. Got that tournament going today. A lot of hill matches. A lot of excitement. Bergman made a big comeback against Hoang.
Did Albin get through his first match? I didn't see the conclusion of that.
He
one
did,
there.
8-7. Yeah, 8-7. Yeah. Shane Van Boning went down in defeat 8-7, so it's going to be a lot of great 8-ball play this week. Could have been a better leave here for Shaw. Looks like he might have the 4. No, 3's blocking the obvious pocket for the 4.
That's a good break if they're playing 9-ball, but I don't think he's got a high percentage bank here. Maybe the 8. Nowhere to hide the cue ball, though. This is maybe got to be all in.
Yeah, he just realized that. Did go all in the first bank of the first game. Made it. Ooh, I like that one to go in, Ben.
I thought he made it too, Eric.
Hair high on the speed. He's left the 1 for Gomez.
Side pockets are tight.
They are.
Catch the horn again.
usually the easier banks playing bang pool, but dare to say that the straight backs have gone in more often than the cross sides.
Yeah, these kind of corner banks, like the one he just played, they tend to go in a little bit more. The sides are real tough. Good
Not
cue
much
ball
for
control
Gomez
from
here.
Jason.
Yeah,
he left
it's
it a
kinda
mile away again.
almost tough to get the cue ball back down table with how much traffic there is at the breaking end.
My thoughts exactly. How does he get safe here? Maybe, yeah, the deep draw again. Cut the stop shot.
It's been a little wild here in the first couple games.
And it might cost him the first couple games. Good chance for Shaw to get his nose out in front in this game. High percentage shot on the 7 here. Back to the other side. He's playing
Fires in
position.
high speed. It's got the 6 still.
Yeah, it looks like it overcuts a little to the long rail, but he can power up the speed, and a little bit of draw is going to help it straighten out. Still to this long rail a bit. And he's left it.
Yeah, best chance for Gomez so far.
Yeah, being such a good one-pocket player, Roberto, this is his bread and butter, these kind of shots, twisting this one in.
To avoid the scratch, and that hampered him a little bit. He's left the 2 as a high percentage one here.
Yeah, he thought he was making a 6 there, so he was playing shape. See often the two-way shot from these guys, but on shots like the one Shaw just played, they know they're at least 90% to make it, so they play a little shape here and there. But something like the one he just shot, you can see where he put the cue ball. He wasn't feeling 90% on that one. Got a good lead here in game 2 for Shaw.
Kind of chance, and it's down.
It's such a hard shot to twist it that much. Just missed it.
Off the mark. He's left the 6.
The 6, yeah, he got a bit of an unlucky kiss there. Missing the 9 by just a hair, and it caught a horn and a rail and kiss a 6 out in the open. Shaw with a real chance to get on the hill here already.
Came a little too far on the 1, and it's a double kiss on the cross bank.
I think he'd already called the 1, thinking the cue ball was going to slow down more, but no, it's not available from there. Not to the side anyway. So he'll cross the 5. So cue ball there.
Yeah, a couple balls near pockets now, and a 2-ball lead for Shaw. Gomez will be in real tough if Shaw gets the next ball. Have to fight after every ball here.
And he'd kind of favor Gomez when it comes to just fighting for one ball. I think he'd be a small favorite just with the moves in one pocket. But like we said before, you give Shaw an open shot, he's going to make them a lot of times. So Roberto knows that. So try to keep it tight out there. He's trying the four-railer here, Eric.
Big aggression again. And he might have got away with not leaving the cross on the one. But he's really going after it here, and it hasn't worked out so far.
Yeah, that seemed extra aggressive.
Extension. One ball corner.
Just off the mark for Shaw, and he's left the cross on the 9.
Yeah, and a chance for Gomez to get him in this game a little bit. I mean, even if he can just get this ball down, get it to 3-2. Just fighting one ball at a time is okay for him, I think.
Got it.
Nothing but net.
Gomez trying to come up with a save here, likely.
Yeah, the 2-rail in the side, but he's got to find a safe cue ball. Wow.
Just throwing caution to the wind here. Cue ball was going to be out in the middle. 8 ball was likely going to be in the middle somewhere, but he made it. He's drawn level in game number 2. It's paid off that time.
I think he knew worst case he was going to leave the 8, but he couldn't really leave anything on the other 3 balls. No way he's made this, Eric. Pretty close.
Just enough for him to get by the 3, and Shaw's called the 1 here. Danger of leaving the 3 if he doesn't make it.
Yeah, if you're Roberto, you can't hate letting him shoot this one from 9 feet away. Yeah, double kiss was there. Fraught with danger. It's gone wrong. Chance for Roberto to level the score. Can he play the 5 from here, Eric?
It's close to the rail.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's the 3. Yeah, he's called the 3, I think. Not quite.
5's not going to be available. Too close to the rail still.
Yeah, maybe just the 3-railer into the side pocket on the 5. I don't think he has anything on the 3. Maybe 2-rail to the corner where he was standing, but that's pretty tough as well. It'll be whichever one he thinks gets the cue ball safer. Yeah, he likes this one, getting the cue ball down here parallel with the 3. It's a good shot.
Some decent natural distance built into this one. Come back to
Too good.
Gomez. He's going to take a quick timeout. Looks like he'll be just a few minutes, 7-minute max timeout in these Pro Billiard Series matches. We'll take a quick break. Be back with you for the conclusion of this semifinal bank pool match, 1 each. Coming back from the break. Back here in the semifinal of the Masters Bank Pool Showdown, Roberto Gomez and Jason Shaw. Current score 1 each, race to 3. Gomez breaking in rack number 3.
He didn't get the wing ball down on his first break, and he didn't get it here either. It's come up dry again.
Yeah, hit it pretty good both times.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the contact there. He squared it up pretty good. What's he left, though? First glance, nothing easy.
Yeah, 4 is a double kiss. 6 is blocked by the 9. Shaw's going to have to find a way to play safe around 9 balls at both ends of the table here. Could try to wedge the cue ball near the 1.
Yeah, that's what I first saw.
It's a little more simple.
Foul.
Nothing wrong with it.
I think did he call a foul on himself there? He touched the 8.
Oh, wow.
I think so.
Good sportsmanship by Shaw there.
I think that's what happened anyway. They haven't. Okay, yeah. So they marked on the scoreboard. So he did, yeah. Very good sportsmanship of him. Call it on himself, of course.
Referee Perry Anderson does a lot of the Pro Billiard Series events. Good guy.
I've seen a couple of those just miss for Roberto. He's getting close.
See how aggressive Shaw wants to be with the position here. He can stop for the 2 if he likes. Cross on the 2 works as well.
Yeah, to the lower right from here. I think that's the only shot. High percentage one anyway. Can hear the oohs and ahs of the crowd on table 1 trying to cheer on Justin Bergman.
Yeah, well, Bergman already doing some great things this week, just kind of coming out of the shadows. First Pro Billiards Series in a long time. Had a 4 break and run comeback in his first round 8-ball match and already into the semifinals of the bank pool.
You know, the American crowd's pumped up to see him back on the scene. And the Canadian crowd too. Eric, I'm a big fan of Bergman. I love his game.
Yeah, one of the most talented players, hard-nosed, never gives up.
Took the words right out of my mouth. That might be one of his traits that I envy the most. Seems to just be a fighter out there all the time. Gets up for the big game. He'll need to get up for it on table 1 over there. He's trailing 1-0 in the score and 4-0 in the second game in ball count.
Yeah, Fedor is tough to beat. People always talk about Billy as being at the top of the bank game, but I don't think there's anything saying that Fedor's right there with him.
Yeah, I agree. Meanwhile, looks like Shaw's erased the foul. Back to even. The 1 and the 5 plugging up that top right corner. We're going to see a little safety exchange here for a while, I think.
Yeah, good stack of balls by the racking area. Seven could be available at some point to the top left. A lot of lanes being cut off by that traffic over there. Looks like Gomez might put another one in there. Kind of risky to leave the 1 at that one off that, so might just lay up on the 5 here.
Yeah. Let's open them a little bit.
Five still off the rails, so Gomez can push up to it if he likes. Kind of like pushing off the short rail here.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Eric. I think if he was going to try to touch the 5, he needs to go rail first. It's a bit too close to try to go 5 ball first. Look out. Referee said foul, and Roberto said, "Are you sure?"
Gomez down a ball now.
Yeah, the tables have turned. thin one to cross the 4. It's too thin in the cue ball. Oh, wow. I think he got away with one there. It looked like lost control of the cue ball.
Yeah, I would almost rather go in the pocket than leave the 5 or the 1.
You make a good point there, yeah. Although he didn't scratch, he might have rather scratched.
Got away with it now.
Let off. Yeah, he likes the 1 because he can leave the cue ball up there near the 1 as a two-way. The 6 ball to the side, but that was only ever going to sell out if he didn't make it. 1 ball spots. All the banks have to go in clean. And Perry's got his work cut out for him, spotting these balls.
Yeah. Hard to believe that ball fits in between, but it does.
He's done a good job here, spotting a couple of balls right near that 3. It hasn't been easy. Ball got in the game there. That's why you see Shaw shaking his head, because the 9 ball was on until the 5 got in the game. Small slice of luck for Roberto, but he knew it was going over there.
Well, these two had about a 30-minute game in their winner side encounter. Gomez won that one.
Yeah, it was you and I covered that one. Looked like stalemate at one point. But they managed to work it out. This is going to open things up, and watch the cue ball. It's good. Good cue ball.
Yeah, I think they're just going to keep pushing balls over to that bottom right quadrant for a bit, see what develops. Still no offense for Roberto.
Yeah. He's called something, but this is definitely mostly about the cue ball here. I caught a double kiss. Look out.
Can bank at the 2. The cue ball run into the 6. Leave the 5 at that point. A little aggressive. He decides to go for it. Yeah, just more traffic. Gonna lay off. Getting closer and closer to that corner pocket, Ben.
Yeah, the wedge is forming.
Oh, Gomez tried to open something up here. Why would he hit that one so hard, though?
That surprised me just as much as you.
There was no advantage to hitting it harder like that. Hmm. Off the mark for Shaw. Still a ton of angles cut off with all those balls jammed over by the bottom right.
Oh, see how aggressive Roberto wants to be here. He's not called anything on the 2. Tells me he's probably just playing safe off the side of it. Indeed.
Cue ball's gonna get close here, but not in. These two seem to always find a way into safe battles. And Shaw was very patient last time they did have one. He lost the game, but I wouldn't say that because he got overly aggressive or anything.
Yeah, I would think Roberto might be the first one to play an aggressive shot, so smart of Shaw to maybe stay patient. But look how these balls are laid out.
Yeah. Oh, Roberto's going to take a shot at crossing the 1 here.
He tries to
draw away
the
from the
cue ball
8.
to miss the 8. Yeah, exactly. No?
Well, Roberto flinched first on that one. He's going to be at -2 balls now. A couple balls open for Shaw. There.
Well, yeah, let him off the hook a little bit there, but he's got the cue ball safe.
It's going to leave the 8 if he doesn't bring the cue ball up table enough. Knew that, so just fired at it and caught a double kiss.
It was almost -3 there, Eric. Cue ball near the side pocket.
Saw that. We've got a decent amount of time without pocketing one here. Sean's going to be able to cross the 8. It's very thin, though.
Yeah, it's
Too
can't
thin,
arrest.
really.
Yeah, pretty close to the side pocket. It's too thin. And it's covered. Maybe the shot on the 3. He might have been able to stiff the 3 if the 8 didn't come to rest there.
He's going to fire at this. Watch how much energy the cue ball has on this one. 6 rails back and forth.
Yeah, I think he knew he couldn't leave too much on. Maybe a ball or 2, but with Roberto at -2, it was worth the risk. Nice little side spin to turn that ball in. Good safety.
This way made one of those 3 railers earlier in the set. Oh, he's left the spotted ball.
I think he forgot about it too by the looks of the way he threw his head in the air. And seemed a little surprised to catch Perry reaching for a ball there.
Yeah, it's easy to do. Shaw's going to leave the 7 here. 5, pardon me.
Chance for Roberto to chip his way back into this game.
Back of the pocket that time. No room for the 8 past the 1. Can't really develop anything else with the 8.
Yeah, like
Just
a
moving into
2-rail
a
up and
safer
down.
position. Yeah.
Yeah, looks like a 2-rail up and down.
Didn't hit the 1 on the way in, too. Don't blame him for 1 second for not calling it past the 1. Surprised it went in clean.
And he said, as it went in, he said, I changed my mind. Yeah, even from this angle and from the overhead, it doesn't look like there's any room by that 1 ball.
Shot from Shaw. Not sure what Roberto's saying there. Or are they saying that there was supposed to be 2 balls spotted, not 1? What would happen in this spot? I've actually never seen this happen, Ben. Hopefully they didn't have to spot 2.
I think, yeah, I think he was supposed to spot 2. Roberto made a bank and then missed the bank he was trying, but it went in the wrong pocket, but he still owed 1.
So what do you think the proper solution is? You just replace the balls?
Oh, wow. I think he
To
almost
where
have
the
to
cue ball
replay
would
the
be?
game.
I mean, you could spot 2 balls and put the cue ball back where they thought it was.
Yeah, actually, I think you're right. I think they can do that. They can use a still shot, you know, similar to a snooker match where they have to replace the ball. They could use a still shot, find out where the cue ball was, spot those 2 balls. Funny situation.
I've never seen it.
Well, and in Perry's defense, I mean, easy to miss that.
Well, I think Perry just has to deem what happened, and if he needs to converse with another ref, just come up with a call. It's not something that's straight out of page 1 in the rule book, that's for sure.
Yeah, I don't think they have this one written. So I agree with you. Maybe just get another referee's opinion as well. Doesn't hurt. And also whatever the players agree on is okay in this situation. I
Yeah.
think they're both very friendly about it.
Right. But if I were in Roberto's shoes, I wouldn't be giving up that Shaw made a bank there.
No,
And what happens
absolutely
now,
not.
another ball has to come up too. So at what point does it come up after Shaw's done shooting? But it just that's disrupting play too much, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is too much disrupting. Yeah, I think A, they need to spot both balls, replace the cue ball. B, they replay the game as much as that hurts.
Yeah, and considering where the rest of the balls are on the table and what the score is overall, it's only 1-0 in balls, and that's if they didn't take that one off the scoreboard that Shaw just made. got a lot going on here, Ben, but but I'm just saying it's
Yeah.
early in the game.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be devastating to replay the game, right? I think. But yeah, you can see even with the ball count, there's 7 balls on the table and Shaw's up 1-0 and it's not adding up.
Right. Well, let them figure it out here. Shaw's looking like he's going to keep shooting.
Yeah, I think if I'm Roberto, I'm probably never letting this. How are you letting this happen? It doesn't make sense that he fired in that bank on the 8. He wouldn't have had that shot.
Well, they are just going to spot the ball after Shaw's turn here, I think.
Or are they going to spot both balls? I like that they hug it out. It's really great.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a big difference overall, I guess. It's 1 ball at most. And rather than kind of going back and seeing where the cue ball was, nothing too wrong with the ruling.
Yeah, I don't know if
new every day in this game.
Yeah, and maybe Roberto said it's okay, just spot it after and shoot from there. Maybe he resigned to that fact too.
Yeah.
Not sure what the full exchange was there between the players and the ref, but they hugged it out, so they were okay, you know. Roberto was
well,
okay.
One of the worst things that can happen, and I'm sure this has happened to you, is you realize that you don't have the proper total at the end of the game. Like, what would you do then in a major tournament? I mean, if you're just banging around for fun, it's not a big deal, but if you don't have the proper amount of balls at the end, that can be a disaster too.
Well, especially the way these two are playing these games. Like, we have half an hour long games.
Right.
Can't afford to replay one.
All right, back to your regular scheduled programming here.
Yeah, they're back on track. That's the main thing.
Shock and Gomez.
Yeah, very nice straight back there.
Two in a row now. For the cue ball, it's okay though.
Beautiful shot, beautiful cue ball control too. Playing the two-way there.
Separated a couple balls from that 5-ball stack. The one that's going to be available is the 2 to the top right. It's going to be hard to miss the stack with the cue ball coming across. He's going to call it. Doesn't want to run into any of those balls.
Hard to avoid them, so he went into all of them.
Wow. That for a development.
Worked out not bad. Wasn't going to leave anything too easy, but in that same sense, he hasn't left himself anything too easy.
Yeah, I feel like it could have running into 4 balls there.
Yeah, there are a lot of moving parts there.
Two now. Overall game scoreline tied. Ball scoreline tied. Tight match here.
Jason played a good shot there, knowing that he couldn't really leave the 6. Do you think Roberto would contemplate playing it by the 1 since he already saw a ball slip in there?
He called it. Not going to get by this
Off the
time.
one this time, yeah. Nothing easy for Shaw. Good cue ball control from Roberto there, leaving him a mile away.
One ball is going to be available to the bottom, the top left.
Oh, he was walking it in. He thought he made it. He's going to try to draw the cue ball all the way back here, Eric, for a safety.
Wow. Bergman's got enough room past the one this time to go in clean.
Yeah, and a pretty easy safety here. Can't really leave anything. You'd love to see this ball go in, though.
4 balls near the pocket now.
Yeah, and the 7 in a spot where it's only going to bank in the side from underneath. Either one of these guys is going to leave the other one there. Looks like Bergman's made a bit of a comeback over there on table 1. He's up 4-0 in ball count on the 3rd game. Two rails towards the side pocket. It's close.
Yeah, gave himself a chance there. Knew he wasn't going to leave anything unless the 7 caught the point and went backwards.
Similar shot from Jason. And I think we'll see Roberto play the same shot again.
Could he double it across both long rails? Is it worth that shot? There's a lot of speed in that one.
Yeah, maybe. Good call, Eric. I think, again, just hard to sell out on any of these shots, so whatever one you feel like you're going to get closer on. Good cue ball.
Well, Shaw got a free one up here. Oh, the 7's in somewhat of a makeable position. I think Gomez goes for it. I'll have to keep the 7 in mind.
Never easy from this far away in the cue ball in the jaws of the pocket. Where's it going to end up? Right in the way of crossing the 8.
Yeah.
Try to four rail it.
This
Looks
one.
close.
It's in, Ben. Shot from Shaw. Taking the lead back in game number 3. Chance to get on the hill now with a bunch of balls saved.
Yeah, free one here on the 8 to get on the hill. Absolutely. Thought he'd give it a bit more speed than that.
Yeah, make sure it got to the pocket, kind of. Wasn't any
Yeah,
risk in
looks
hitting
like-
it.
Yeah, he could have hit it a little harder. It looked like 99% safety when I thought could have gave maybe at least 10% effort to pot it.
Gomez has gone off here. But the 8 randomly ended up in the pocket.
Shaw's having a laugh about that. He knew he might have had 2 balls in the open to finish this game off. Instead, he's only really got 1. The 1 ball not really banking anywhere easy. If he makes this 4, then maybe he gives a ride at the 4-railer on the 1 ball. We won't get to find out. Not yet, anyway.
Again, going at the 4-railer. He's got the cross on the 1 and the 4 now.
Fearless Gomez.
Shaw's got
Looks
this
good.
one.
Great shot. Good cue ball
Takes the
control
lead
again,
now.
too.
Trying to keep them close together, really. Guess it didn't hurt too much for him to make it. There's Roberto shooting out of the pocket now.
Yeah, and only able to get 1 ball at a time here.
Yeah, Roberto recognizes that, so he's thinking about lining up the 6 with the 7.
Yeah, bring another ball into play here. I kind of like the thought. I'll rail first here, making the 6. Try to get the cue ball down table. They went straight into the 6 and look out. Wow.
That was actually a good shot. He was so deep in the pocket he couldn't risk going rail first, and would have been unlucky to scratch just off of it.
It's a really good shot. Speed was great. Shaw will try to leave him back up there. Coming off the side of these balls. Caught it a little thick. Cue ball's slowing down. He's going to leave the 4.
Yeah, mistake there from Shaw. Gomez back in, possibly.
Has to decide, does he want to try to play position on the 7 next, or some kind of 2-way shot? Position it is.
side now for Gomez. He's got it.
Good shot. Now he needs to make the 8. Leave him way up table.
He can't push into the 8 without making it here. I think he might.
Okay, yeah, rail first. Touch it. Force shot and make it.
Shaw can't really do it. Yeah, that's the confident now. Sounds like Bergman's won a game over on table 1. You know the sound of that crowd.
Yeah, lots of
here,
Fetter
we're at-
Gorst fans out there, but we're in St. Louis, so hometown boy.
Over
Just
here, we're
Bergman.
Hill and balls. First shot at the second game for Gomez.
It's on a pretty good line here where he can play it at a nice speed to just leave the 8 up near the top right corner if he's not going to make it. Leave the cue ball down here.
Fair bit
He's
off.
overhit it a little. Touch harder than I thought he might play it.
Yeah, how's the kiss looking here? Would you go on the bottom right, but the kiss is bigger that way? Yeah, he's got to go to the top
Yeah.
left.
Yeah, that was my first thought, was the bottom right is a little safer and maybe a little easier shot, but the kiss is there.
And he's got this one. Shaw,
In the middle.
very entertaining game. Had a bit of everything. Shaw ends up getting down his first attempt at winning the game. And the players are going to go for another break. They kind of deserve it after that game. A lot going on there. We'll be back with the conclusion of this semifinal. Shaw leading 2-1. back with the semifinals of the Bank Pool Master Showdown. Jason Shaw leading 2-1 over Roberto Gomez. This is Eric Horlifson here, joined by Ben Francis. Shaw coming in
Nice.
with a high cross to win the third game.
And a nice game 3 they had there. Good strategy going on.
Cut this one, got the 1 down on the side. Can have a cross
He's
on
got
the
a
9
ball,
if
but
he wants.
yeah, nothing too easy on the opener, but he got a ball down. He'd be happy to be still shooting.
Xia Chen winning 8-7 against Shane Van Boning. His first round of the World 8-Ball Championships, coming with a break-in run on the hill. A great match with about 10 of 15 games being break-in runs.
That is what you'd expect from those two. He does play the cross on the 9, but mostly with the cue ball safe.
Cross on the 6 now for Gomez, but the spotted ball is going to get in the way.
Yeah, it's going to be underneath the 6 by the looks of it.
Sure what Gomez has in mind here.
Yeah, just safety, but does the 5 get far enough to not leave the bank? I don't think it did. I think he's left the bank to the side.
Yeah, he had to cover the 7, had to cover the 2 balls he was moving. Well, a lot of balls in good position here.
I see why he liked that shot. He could keep the cue ball nice and tidy on the rail there, but a lot of moving parts. Oh, and Jason plays this into the corner to keep the cue ball safe. He's made a good one there.
Back to the short rail with the cue ball now. Ball starting to develop up table.
Jason's done well with the cue ball in the matches that I've watched him. He's really had it close to that end rail a high percentage of the time.
Looks like the 9 has a path between the 6-3.
Yeah, with the cue ball going safe up table again. Back down here, I should say. He doesn't like it, so he's going to back off, just play it safe again.
Big elevation if Gomez wants to get the cue ball back to the same area with speed to the point where something could come back up table.
Yeah, he didn't get the draw.
It's a bit of an expletive when he let go of that one. He knew that he could have been in big trouble, but he's actually not.
Yeah, he got away with it there because he wasn't trying to play a stop shot. They're having a little laugh out there too, is good. Bergman in big trouble on table 1. He's down 4-1 in the ball count there. Game number 4, trailing 2-1 in the score.
Yeah, a bit of a tough hill for him to climb in that one.
Yeah, Federer just too
Fedor
much to
doesn't-
handle.
Yeah, he doesn't have a World 8-Ball title under his belt yet. One of the few tournaments he hasn't won. So look for him to be a big factor.
Yeah, hard to believe he could find a tournament he hasn't won yet, but that is one of them.
Sounds like he did take it down, Ben.
Yeah, I think that was the end of Justin. Good run from him, though.
Yeah, Fedor will be in the final. Not too long after this match is completed.
Couldn't quite wiggle that one in there. Tight corner pockets.
Two-railer here for Gomez. This one tends to tighten up a lot off the second rail. New cloth, though. It's got a chance. Don't tighten up too much. Ball's developing near pockets now. All corner pockets blocked.
Yeah, these two sure know how to find these games.
Yeah, it's uncanny. Third one
They
we've
must
done with
match up.
them.
Must match up well, I think. The one in the side, this is all safety. Hard to leave anything on there.
No, yeah, it's especially where the 8 is. Can't really bank the 8, and it is blocking one of the sides. So really only the 7 can be played around here.
Could be another long game. He thinks he can twist the 8 in with a little side spin. Oh, he tried to 3-rail it.
Got close. Yeah, they found the trap zone again, Ben.
Well, and Jason's got the better of him in these situations, so he's not shy to push the balls together. I think Roberto's called the 8 in the side. Yeah, it's not far off. Shaw gonna 3-rail this ball, I think. No, he's resigned to just keeping these tied up, defend the 2-1 score and the 1-0 in ball count. I'm loving these games. I think this great strategy. Really get to see what they're thinking in these situations.
Yeah, well, just for all the people that play the game casually, it just kind of gives you an idea of the safes you can play. A lot of amateur bank pool play is pretty loose, and understandably, because the percentages of amateurs actually going on a 2 or 3 bank run or just any kind of one-off bank, the percentages are lower. But just to kind of see how the game is, I won't say supposed to be played, but can be played at a tighter level.
I think supposed to be is probably a fair word there, Eric.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. It's a mess. Let's see Jason's previous shot. He clipped the 3. Wasn't trying to. Tapped the table. He knew he got a little lucky. Get this ball in the open. But not in the open. What other game do you have 4 balls over a pocket? You got no shot.
Interesting stress ball there for Shaw.
I think they mentioned he's got a small wrist injury.
I did see that earlier, yeah.
They're going to make one of these eventually. Might not be today, but at some point.
Yeah, it's so tough with the corner pockets being blocked off. Balls are starting to develop over by the top left now.
One of these players trying to get to Mr. Gorst in the final, they might play right until that match is scheduled in an hour from now. They might still be on this same game.
This is the 3rd time we've seen them get in this type of tie-up game.
And who's the first one to flinch?
Yeah, they were opened up pretty quickly last game, actually. Shaw tried that cross on the 2 and ran into all 4. Gomez tried something a little aggressive at one point, finally.
Yeah, as funny as the balls look now, they can open up quite a bit just in one shot. Might not be for a little while. Great to see. I'm sure the crowd's loving this. You can watch these guys run out all the time, but you don't always get to see these style of games and what's going on inside their head.
Well, there's one ball back in the free, but top left still blocked by the 1. Might start lining them up on the spotting line now.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate to see Roberto roll in this 6 ball. Start to get some balls in play. Oh, I see something else. Trickle of 5 in the side. They're bound to make it eventually, I'm sure of it.
See over under, Ben. 4 minutes
100 shots each. Oh,
to make a ball. To make a ball.
I thought you meant before they make that shot in the side. Off the end rail.
Yeah. No, just to get some progression here.
Yeah, when is the next ball made? Good question. Might be a while.
they're getting real jammed up near the top left. There goes one of them.
And I was just thinking, eventually somebody's going to find a shot similar to this, where it wedges them underneath, and then we might start to see something happen, but didn't quite freeze him up on the one like he was trying.
Well, the top left is available from some angles now.
Yeah.
It's the first time in a
Free
long
up a
while
bit.
that one of the corner pockets is available.
Yeah, the other three aren't looking available for a while. Can you two-rail the 8 towards the other side? I guess not. Yeah, does he touch the 3 and then send the cue ball towards the 4? He's just gonna leave it there.
Okay, couple corners open now.
Yeah, something's happening.
Shaw can open up another one. Maybe even 2 if the 6 goes in. Smart shot there. Cross on the 8's blocked by the 9. And now we got action, Ben.
Yeah, it's starting to develop here now. Perry's still spotting this ball. You're gonna have to spot another one. He doesn't know it yet. He's doing great. They're getting their money's worth out of Perry in this match. Both players having a good laugh. You love to see that.
Looks like Gomez might try to put another one on the line. Get him stuck behind the 4-7. Just gonna leave that for now.
Eight ball, 3 rails.
Yeah, first makeable attempt in a long time here. It's gonna be long.
Good cue ball.
Shaw's got it back up to the top left as long as he's not behind the point. I don't think he is. Yeah, 9 goes to the bottom right too.
Hasn't even looked at it, but I'm with you, Eric. I think the 8 to the low left, the bottom right of our screen from this angle, but did he not have somewhat of a free shot there?
Yeah, it seemed like the first shot to me.
He has resigned to these safeties a few times though, defending the lead a bit. You don't hate to see it, but it's often the player that steps out, tries something, is the one who gets rewarded. Well, does he have something now?
One available? Is the 1 there past the 7?
You know, I think it might
Doesn't-
be.
He's not really considering it, so must be tight.
Does it bank in the side?
Yeah, he sees it now.
Yeah. The cue ball's safe down table.
Definitely did go because he missed it to the long side of it.
And the cue ball all the way back down here. He's left the 4 or possibly the 8, but I don't think so. I think it's the 4.
Just long. Well, I think that would have just beat my 4-minute line, Ben. So I think I'm safe.
Yeah, if you told me 4 minutes over or under, I was taking the over for sure.
Says, what are we playing? One pocket here?
Looked like one pocket a couple times.
Well, Gomez is going to go. He's tired of it. Oh. Sean's going to be able to cross the 9 now.
Yeah, or the 4.
Yeah, 4 is
some
pretty
options
inviting as well.
Yeah, I think Roberto had enough of the tapping around and tried to make something happen there. I don't hate him for doing it.
They're going to have to get back into normal bank stroke now, too.
Might be the hardest thing about these games, like banks in one pocket, is how do you get up and shoot a ball after you played safe for half an hour straight, 20 shots in a row? He got one.
Gomez finally down. 1 each now in game number 4.
Safety by the looks of it.
And nothing available out of the stack here. Shaw considering lining another one up.
Yeah, I like that, Eric. I think you just pot the 1 here. Leave him on the end rail. He's trying to figure out where exactly to leave him on the end rail. See him pointing with his cue there. Sometimes you don't hate leaving him the 8 ball. Try to bait him into a shot.
It'll be tough to get the cue ball back up table if he tries anything on the 8, and there are some things that can happen out of the 4 ball stack. It'll be a 5 ball stack in a second, but there are some options there. Too worried about leaving it here.
Surprised he just stopped the cue ball rather than roll it onto the end rail.
Yeah, it's almost like he wanted to tempt him into something a little more, having him off the rail.
Exactly, yeah, he's trying to bait him into something here. 4 rails on the 4 ball. It's into the stack. It's going to be safe, I think. I don't think the 8 ball goes by the 7 and the 4 to the low left. I think this
Doesn't
is mostly
seem
all
like
about
it.
cue ball here. Off a few rails that way, I suppose it does.
Sean had to be careful here. If the 8 didn't line up where it did, he could have made, Roberto could have made the 9. Looks like there's nothing available though. And they're all open now. Gomez has distance. Decision time for Shaw on the 3. It's a little too aggressive. Yeah, he's really just waiting him out here.
Yeah, protecting the 2-1 lead a little bit. You'll watch them all cluster up over this corner again. Beautiful cue ball control. He's done so well getting that cue ball to that end rail over and over again. Putting lots of pressure on Roberto. And it's paid off a couple times. He caused a thick hit there. I'd have a straight back on the 7. Able to draw the cue ball safe. Oh, he's really backing off.
Yes.
Didn't get the cue ball there that time. I don't think we'll see Roberto back off of this one.
Got him to get out of control a bit, but they're all bunched up now. Shaw does have the 3.
Here we go again.
He's got it. It's going to develop over on the far side. Just the 9 looks. Oh, the 5.
Yeah, he maybe has the 5. He could straighten this one out. Does he play position, or is he going to play a 2-way here? Looks 2-way to me.
So Shaw back in the lead. 2-1 in the game score line, 2-1 in the ball count. Gomez kind of
Straightened
throwing
out
his
too much
cue at
on
that
him.
one. Yeah, just kind of stroked across that one. Really trying to make sure the cue ball drew enough and didn't disturb any other balls. Left the 4.
Yeah, you can't twist the 6 in from here, I don't think. So it is the 4. What a
Got
shot.
it, Ben. Looks like the 8 passes the 7 and a chance to get on the hill. Making some good progression towards the final now.
Looked like he played shape there, Eric.
Yeah,
Straight in on this one.
he's good
Got it.
there. So Shaw just waiting out Gomez until he can finally pounce, and it's worked out for him here. Shot at the win. He's got it, Ben. 3 and out. Advance to the
Oh, a
final.
great shot from the eagle-eye to wrap
wrap it up,
Beautiful finish.
and we have
Semifinal.
our
Yeah,
final. It
entertaining
is
semifinal
set.
here between
It's the
Gomez
Ghost,
and Shaw. A lot of
Gorst,
safe play.
and Jason
Shaw coming up with the big
all
shots when he
set to
needed
do,
it. And he's going to be
for the
on to the
championship,
final, and we'll have that
7:30 here
fairly
in the
soon, I would
main
assume.
arena. Seats
15
will fill
minutes
up
or so?
fast, but about an hour and 15
looks like
minutes away from opening break.
Hour and
in our
15 minutes we just
championship
heard
of
from
the
Derek
Bank
Cox,
Pool
our ring
Masters
announcer.
Showdown.
Exactly, yeah.
be-
Feder Gorst.
Yeah, and you can-
Jason Shaw on the final of the banks coming up.
Yeah, and you can subscribe to Pro Billiard TV and keep an eye on Pro Billiard Series for all the notifications for all the matches. We'll have one more Banks final coming up for you tonight. World 8 Ball is coming up for the next 5 days. And for Ben Francis, this is Eric Horlison. Talk to you soon.